Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, June the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and see my screen in our main room. In YouTube, if there's somebody there, maybe you can do the same thing for me. I want to make sure you guys can hear me and see the screen. So yeah, I guess the talk right now, Nike. My goodness, what a drop for Nike on earnings. Look at this daily chart. Man, no inkling this was going to happen. So we're down at 79.39. Now, I looked in the monthly chart, and it looks like I had to go back quite a while. I think there's something around well, actually right here. I think the next low that I see is 77.16, and that is, yeah, I mean, we got to go back 4 years, April of 2020. So we've got to go back 4 years before we see these lows for Nike. So that's one. And then there was another one, of course, not the same popularity or anything as Nike, but there's Accolade, ACCD, another earnings play. And this is an all-time low right now. ACCD is another earnings play. Okay, thanks, guys. In YouTube, you guys can hear me and see my screen. Great. So what else is happening? COSM. COSM is moving on, trading higher after the company signed an exclusive distribution agreement with Pharmalink, et cetera, et cetera. So there is some news on this one, COSM. It's a Greek company, 16 million in the float, so pretty low float. CARM is still hanging in there, up 32%. Okay, there's another. I'm sorry, I'm just looking. This is yesterday's news for CARM, CARM. Another new low now, pre-market low for Nike. I just put the alert at 79. All right, guys, give me a moment as I do some adjustments here. Okay, anyway, the CARM. So also, Wainwright has got an $8 price target on CARM, C-A-R-M. Okay, $8 price target. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. Now, I had this one early, but I don't think, when I say I had it early, it had popped up, but it's pulled right back down. I believe this is actually an earnings play. I know we don't have any earnings date for it, but it looks like they did release earnings. Looks like they did release earnings. Yeah, reports first quarter. Okay, so that is ECDA, but it's pulled way back down now, 175, right back down to 113. So could be over. DXYZ. So this had a big day yesterday. Didn't really see it yesterday. Let me, whoops, get to a daily chart here. Didn't really see this one yesterday, but it had a $5 pop, I guess. It was a low of 11, got up to 16 or 15, so maybe a $4 pop. Bit of a continuation then. I do remember this one, craziness that happened this week, the week of, back in April, when it got almost up to, well, got over 100. I do remember this, and there was no real reason. So anyway, we are now at 1613. So when you look left on the weekly chart, the next high is above that. It's above that. Above that. So the next high is 1820 on a weekly chart, okay? 1820 on a week, excuse me, on a weekly chart. Not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high. And I'm not sure, I don't know why I'm seeing this news about traders circulating SpaceX. Do they have something to do with it? Don't have a profile for them at all. Boy, Nike looking like 79 is going to be taken out. All right. Meanwhile, the market was pretty strong at the beginning, but I guess some numbers came out. Some numbers came out, economic numbers came out, and that has caused the market to drop somewhat. Still up a dollar. I'm talking about the SPY, $1, $9. Guys, we're talking about ESPR earlier. ESPR, Esperion Therapeutics. All right, still up 13%. A lot of volume. 188 million in the float, though. That's a big float. A lot of volume. Enters into a royalty purchase agreement with OMERS Life Sciences. Okay, well. Don't know what's happening with this one, guys. BENF, I'm just hearing it right now. Gapping down, had a big gap up, now a big gap down. Has earnings on the 1st. Don't know what's happening on this one right now, guys. BENF, very low float, 1.5 million in the float. Can't see any news on it. Yeah, I did see this. Okay, so there's not very much volume. That's the reason I didn't really talk about this one, but I will talk about it now, I guess. PTGX, not very much volume. Aha, so they're going to be jumping. It's jumping on the fact that it's going to be added to the S&P small cap. Okay, the small cap 600 index. Okay, so that is the reason for this jump, 10%. Not very much volume yet. So it's going to be added to the S&P small cap 600 index next week. Other than Nike, guys, I mean, Nike, well, it looks like 79 is trying to hold anyway. Not too excited about too much right now. I mean, the COSM, I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average. On the weekly chart, the next high looking left is 134, and it did get above that, got up to 150 in the pre-market. All right, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening in the pre-market. As I say, the market is up. Probably most sectors are up. So let's take a look. All right, so what we're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 100% of the stocks, just like yesterday, I think, 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what that 100% refers to. That doesn't mean they're all ripping. I mean, the biggest one right now is up 1.88%, and that's EQT. Just means they're all up above that, above yesterday's close. And let's see, any outliers. So what I'm really looking for is some stock that might be going counter to its sector that's got some volume, and I don't really see anything. Not all. Communications, I mean, 60% are below yesterday's close. 60% are below yesterday's close. So that is the only negative sector, yes. Again, it doesn't really mean that much. I mean, Google is the worst one, down 0.8%. There's nothing really standing out here. So yeah, not really identifying, we call it the one that might do the crazy today, and I don't really see one yet. It could have been the ECDA with that float, 7.8 million in the float, and the fact that it popped up here, but just doesn't look like it's going to. I mean, that's a big drop from the high. It's probably in Nike, guys. I mean, Nike takes out 79. Well, I did see CMND, Linda. I did see it, but again, pop way up to 190 and it comes all the way back down to 134. I mean, anything is possible. You're right. It's a low float, 3.29 million in the float. It's already traded the float. 5.2 million have traded already. So it's already traded the float about 1.5 times. So anything is possible, but they were granted patent approval in Hong Kong for its binge behaviors treatment. Okay. DJT, of course, doing well this morning, up 11%. I think it was interesting, was watching it, got up to what, $43, and then it dropped all the way down to 39. It's a $4 drop. So it's probably going to be it's going to be very active today. Shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers. Sometimes they're not available, but there are today, 244,000. I mean, it could be DXYZ. It could be. Just because of, what happened a few months ago when it got up to 104. We don't have float information, but it looks like it's around 4.2 million, okay? So it's 4.2 million in the float for DXYZ. Yeah. Okay, guys. Now there's Nike 79, 79 Nike. Do we hear 70, 78.95? So it's getting closer to that 77, but that was 4 years ago. 77 something was the next low looking left on a monthly chart, and that was 4 years ago. Yeah, I'm using a bar chart, well, the OHLC chart now. We're going to be introducing this go no go next week, I hope. It'll be an add-on. I don't know if there'll be a free trial of it or not, but and it uses a go, and that's what it uses. So I thought I would, at least on the 15-minute chart, I would use it. I kind of like it. When it's, when there's a lot of volume, it really doesn't look that much different from a candlestick chart, but I actually kind of like it. And again, this is what I'm talking about. This is a go no go chart, okay, with the different colors and how colors change as this will be all explained next week. I think actually there might be a video out now. I think Michael tried to do a video, but anyway, this should be announced. This should be available next week. I've been testing it this week. I'm finding it very interesting. Give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. No, it's going to be an add-on, Larry. It will be an add-on. The reason it can't be, it's a third party that we're getting a license from. So it's going to be an add-on. We did not develop it, and we're getting it's licensed from them. All right, let's see. Is anything else popping in here? A lot of times when we see this screen, this big green screen here, we see a lot of stocks that are, some of them are up 200%, 300%, and a lot of them, there could be several that way over 100%. So not seeing too much activity this morning. There's Lucy. I know some of your people are talking about Lucy. So yeah, so it's just showing up now again for me because I have a 50-cent minimum, I think, here. So I believe it's going to be $49, Stuart, kind of like the Anchor VWAP. Foot Locker. Okay, guys. I guess we all know why Foot Locker is moving down, right? So must be obviously a sympathy play with Nike. So 23.50 is the next low looking left. If it takes out that 22.45, I would have about $1. If it could take out that low, as about $1 to the next low. So in a very simple way, just to sort of describe this, see how this color changes, okay? So when you see orange, it means kind of stay away, don't do anything. Not seeing an advantage going short or long. Then you see that pink, that little pink there, and then when it turns dark red, in theory, that is a trigger, okay? I mean, is it going to work like that all the time? Of course not. But I've been following it now for, well, this will be the fifth day. Been doing it since Monday, and especially on the more expensive stocks. I don't, well, more expensive, like $20 and over. Not seeing. I'm not seeing it as well on the cheaper ones. But you can read up on Go No Go. I mean, you go. There's a website on it. Now, typically, this has been used for more for swing trading, but Michael Noss says that this is maybe the first time that it's going to be displayed for people who want to day trade. Anyway, we'll see what happens next week. I'm hoping it'll be released next week. That cannot be. That cannot be the flag of Greece for Foot Locker. Cannot be. So we have a residual here. Just give me a moment. Okay, something's going on here. Maybe I have to do an account reset. It's saying everything is a Greek stock. Well, that's kind of funny. You guys getting the same thing, or is it just me on your single stock window? I know we had a Greek stock that I had put up there before, but it looks like the flag is stuck. Okay, it finally changed. Okay. So Foot Locker down 6.5%, and Nike is down 16%. So yeah, do a reset then. Okay, guys, maybe just do a reset. Go to your account and do a reset connection a couple of times. That's the first time I've seen that. All right, guys, it is getting close to the open. So what I'm going to do now is get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. Okay, give me a moment as I just make some adjustments on my other monitor. All right, guys, I think I'm good to go now. So just waiting for this market to open. I did not retire, Fido. No, I did not. All right, so now what I'm really liking, especially with this go no go, are the bigger ones, the large cap gainers, either the losers or the gainers. I will still, of course, have this biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is the really active race. I will explain this as I go once we get into it, but yeah, Nike though, Nike is if you shorted it below 80, you're having a lot of fun now. Now that was a pretty key level. You look at this right there at 80, right there, $80. Sorry, 80. Sorry, 79. No, 80. Yeah, 80. Sorry. Yeah, I mean that level right there at $80, it was sort of hanging in there, and then it. All right, guys. Now, if you have our AI, I'm going to say this every single day for those of you who have it, and this is this is my recommendation. Okay, just have this window open. This is the only window, in my opinion, that you need to follow our AI. And how do you get this window? If you click on New from our toolbar, and then click on, you'll see there are three Premium AI strategy or Premium AI. There are three that start off with that. Pick the middle one, the Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you're going to see. And the other thing I would do is make sure in the filter section it says none. There's a little drop down, and I would uncheck any might be checked. So it says none. I would follow the alerts all day long, regardless of where they are. Okay, whether they're above the alert price, below the alert price. I use it like a watch list. And notice nothing happens until at least 9:40, and that is by design. Okay. So that's why this window is blank. So that's my recommendation. Make it easy on yourself. Okay, thank you, William. Okay, guys, we have less than a minute for the market to open. Let's have a great end to this trading week. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. And look at Nike now. Look at Nike now. All right, guys, we're now open. And there's Rivian. All right, so there's no action here yet. There's no stocks are meeting the filter requirements in these two races yet, either on the upside or the downside. Kind of interesting. That's why there's no. There we go. Finally, one Chewy from yesterday. But here we go. These are the so these are going to be the active ones, the super active ones. You'll see some big percentage moves here in this race. Now, I did see Lunar earlier, LUNR. I did see it earlier, but it did pull back, LUNR. And Riley has initiated coverage with a buy target of $8. So far, no stocks are meeting any of the filter requirements in the large cap gainers. Okay. And it may be because the market's doing this. Market is still mildly positive. NAS is up a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little, but we're starting to fade. All right, now here's your CMND, guys. So there is your pop. Remember now, it got up to 190 and came all the way back down to 135. So very whippy. Low float, 3.29 million in the float. Prison stock, CXW. Now I know that Geo had some news. I know Geo had some news, okay? I don't think this one had any specific news, but it got up to 1385, all the way back down to 12. So Geo did have some news, something I think in Oklahoma. Yeah, so Geo jumps after winning new Oklahoma prison contract. Okay, so Geo had some specific news, and a lot of times CXW will follow. There we go. So now there's Geo. Speaking of Geo. Yeah, wow, NNE. You know what? It's funny because not funny, but Interactive Brokers had shorts available this morning in the pre-market for NNE. Not a lot, I think about 13,000. They all got snapped up. And I think the people who snapped them up, I don't know if I don't see any covering yet. I don't see that they've come back. But they can't be too happy right now. All right, there's the ACCD, guys. ACCD making another new low. This is an earnings play. This is an all-time low now for ACCD. Okay, so yesterday we had GovX, right? GOVX, it did pull back quite a bit from the high. So 494, and it closed down here at 355. Trying again, but there is a 200-day moving average for GOVX looming just above it. Meanwhile, ACCD continues down. Wow, DXYZ, guys. Wow. Yeah, we verified the float. We don't have float information, but it's about 4.2. As Draw is saying for DXYZ, just give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay. Now look at GovX now, guys. I mean, it's just powering through. But it's right at that 200-day moving average. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, I always say that because I always make that statement because, you know, I look at a GovX and I see the 200-day moving average right there. Very possible it's going to get stopped right there. So I always check to see if my broker, who is Interactive Brokers, has shorts available. In this particular case, they do not have shorts available. Now, Rivian on the move here, guys. Yeah, Rivian, RIVN, on the move. Nice start. Of course, with all that. So it's above yesterday's high. But here is another one that is approaching the 200-day moving average. No, not that far away. Looks like it's around 1514. So not that far away from the 200-day moving average. Now, Daktronics, I had a price alert set for some reason. Must have done it a few days ago for DAKT. Above the high. This was an earnings play here for Daktronics. DAKT. So now it's at the high of that day, which is 2 days ago. All right. So Grumpy says my mic is echoing. Is that echoing for everybody or is it just you, Grumpy? So little sound check. Make sure that's fine. Might be you. Okay. So it's on your end or at your end, Grumpy. I'm not getting anybody else saying the same thing. Thank you in our YouTube room also. Okay, thanks, guys. Okay, it appears it's just one person who said echoing on their end. So again, any sound issues, sometimes just have to do a refresh. Okay, guys, here's another. Okay, this could be interesting. DCTH. This is moving above that whole number. Okay, DCTH moving above the whole number. What's the volume like? Not bad to start. 127,000, 19 times normal. See if there's any specific news on it. So Craig-Hallum initiated coverage with a buy target of 18. So there's basically double the current price. Now again, don't think that just because some analyst has said that it's going to, you know, they've got a price target of 18 and the stock's at 9, that it's a slam dunk at 2018. Okay. And I say that, you know, just for people who are new. You know, that's an opinion. And also it doesn't mean it's going to happen today and it may never happen. But it's all obviously, because I cannot see any other news on this, probably the only reason why this is up based on that analyst. Meanwhile, ACD guys. Sorry, APG. Sorry, APG. Is this an all-time high? Almost an all-time high. APG, almost an all-time high. Okay. You can see the all-time high must be right here, 39.95. Probably right there. I'm just looking because you can see you see my single stock window where it says position a lifetime range. You see where it says 98% in green. So if we could have a lifetime candle for this one, this would be right at the very, very top. So it looks to me that this could be the lifetime high up here around $40. Tesla. Well, somebody was talking about Tesla this morning. Could it take out 200? So yeah, so it's at 200. You mean looking left, right? So the next high looking left is around 205. Yeah, on a weekly chart anyway. All right, 9:41. So no AI alerts yet. I wish we did have something that we could look right on, JK, and then we know where it was going. So look what happened to the GovX, right? The GovX got into that 200-day moving average, popped a little bit above it, but that's still, remember, it's sort of an area, as Real used to say, it's an area, not necessarily just the data point. So, but that is the 200-day, and it popped a little bit above it, but that has stalled it. But no shorts available, as I said before, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. It's impossible to know, Alex, because as we've said many times, the AI is more like a watch list. So how people trade it is very differently, can be very different. So it's not meant to be auto traded. So be like saying, well, how good is this? It's impossible to know how everybody will look at, their alerts. Well, look at NNE right here now, guys. That's a big comeback. This looks pretty bleak, 2 days. I will call it 3 days because, 3 days ago, it did get up to 30, almost 38. I know it finished green, but got down to 29. And then, 3 days ago, a drop. Yesterday, a drop. Now, big level for it to try to get over it would be 21. And I will put a price alert there and see if it can take out the high of yesterday and continue this recovery. AMLX, guys, AMLX is over 2. Now, obviously, I've got a lot of room on a weekly chart, but let's try to back this out to see if we can see the highs. Sometimes it's hard to see when you have a sort of an exponential look. When you have a giant weekly chart, it's hard to see these ones. So what are we at now? 206. So there is a high there, 178. There's a high of 205, a high of 205, a high of 203, a high of 214, and then this one. So you can kind of see if it can take out, say, 214. The next high looking left on a weekly chart anyway is 287. CRM, okay, Wyatt, in our YouTube rooms. Salesforce, what is CRM doing? Yeah, CRM's having a nice pop here through the 200-day moving average. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news for CRM. I guess it had earnings last month, but I don't see any specific news for them today. Other than this. So is that a good thing, William? That PMI number? I'm noticing that, the SPY is having a little pop here. Okay, you're talking about Sentinel. Okay, let's take a look at S for Sentinel. Yeah, so coming into the next high, which on the weekly chart is 2167, so getting close. That looks like a lot of resistance right in this area, potentially. Okay, GovX is back up, guys. GovX, GOVX is now back up to the 200-day moving average after the pullback. So I know this is an AI play. I'm not in love with it. I mean, it may do something crazy, but I'm just not in love with it. Looking left on a weekly chart, I just see routine here. Now, this is my opinion. You want to take the trade, but when I look at this current price and I look left, I see that there could be some stalling right around the 2 level. Now, if it went from 179 right up to 2, that'd be great. And it might. I mean, their pre-market high was 190. If it takes out 2, it could have a real run. And it might. I'm just looking here. It's showing up on the momentum scan now also. So, I mean, if you took it right at the AI alert of 165, you're up about 10% right now. Whoa, GovX now. Let's see. Now, this is one that, okay, let me take a look now that it's through that 200-day moving average again. So the high yesterday was 480, almost 5, 490. The high yesterday was 490. But you see it's still kind of struggling to get through that 200-day in a big way. All right. NNE now. So it got up to 1978. That's a big pullback, almost a $2 pullback now. Market is looking good. First 15-minute candle, nice and green. Second follow-up here. So far it's green. So whatever those numbers were, I guess the market is liking them. Now let's take a look at this economic calendar. So we had 8:30 was the personal PMI, or Chicago PMI came out at 9:45, okay? Now, consumer sentiment comes out at 10 o'clock. And then we have a couple of hours before we hear one of the Fed presidents is talking. Now, Bowman was pretty negative yesterday, so he's talking again at noon, and then Daly at 12:40. These are a couple of Fed presidents, but the next big 10 o'clock consumer sentiment. Okay, so that'll be the next thing that could affect the market. So CMG, so what did they do? They did a big forward split, right? A while back. So look at GovX, boy. I mean, that is just really struggling to get through that 200-day moving average in a big way. You can see a couple of times it tried. When was that draw? When was that forward split by Chipotle CMG? I know it was fairly recently. Oh, it was only yesterday or 2 days ago. Okay. I thought it was a while back. Okay. So that is Chipotle CMG then. So now the 200-day moving average for CMG is up here, 65.85. That's adjusted. No, I'm sorry, not the 200-day. The next high on the daily chart has got to be probably way above the 200-day moving average. 50.60, yeah, it's way above the 200-day moving average. So that is the next high looking left on the daily chart. It's obvious. Just look left of yesterday. All right, Elan. Now this, I don't know if this moved yesterday. No, this didn't really follow sort of the nonsensical things that happen with Chewy and Bark and Woof and all the other pet stocks. So the split was announced a month ago, but it was in effect, I guess, a couple of days ago, John, right? For CMG. All right, so CMND did get up to $2, and that's where I kind of thought it might stall. So let's see. I mean, it could just power right through. A lot of volume. 22 million have traded, only 3.29 million in the float. So, not quite, but probably 7 times the float turnover. So Foot Locker actually had a big pop off the lows. Okay, sympathy play with Nike, of course. So that low for Nike has to be very close to that 4-month low. Let me get that monthly chart up, and you're going to see that. Have to go back 4 years. Here we go. Yeah, 77.16, guys. So that is that's the low of 4 years ago for Nike NKE. That is the low. So that is at 77.16. So basically it's right there, 77.11, 77.16. If it takes that out, then the previous month it got all the way down to 58.50. So big level for it to try to hold if you're looking at a monthly chart 4 years ago for Nike. All right, guys. So Chewy has a little bit of room underneath here. Okay, Chewy, CHWY. 20 looks like 24.79 is the next low looking left on the daily chart. This takes out 26. This could be a nice little short for CHWY. So Shady is talking about a Nike short at 77. And if it triggers at 77, it hasn't triggered yet. You'll put a 77 stop on it. 77.70 stop, sorry. So a 70-cent stop. So yeah, I mean, if it takes out that 77, that will then be challenging that 60 level on a monthly chart anyway. Ooh, look at Rivian now, RIVN. Very all over the place, really. I mean, had a nice initial pop up, and then it's just been wiped out, gone negative. Actually gone negative now. All right, guys, there's Nike now underneath. Underneath 77 right now. I'm looking to do virtually the same thing as Shady. I'm just looking to see if it can really take out 77 though. We're right now 76.93, 76.95 bid ask. Like to see it really clear that 76, maybe get down to the 70s, 76, low 76 80s for me. Again, you don't have to do the same thing, of course, but all right, let me get Nike on a chart here and put a price alert in that area. Now, you see it popped over 77. So I'm going to put a price alert around 76.85. I want to see it clear that whole number a little bit better than it has. So is that good? I can't decipher these numbers anymore. I don't know, a little bit of a sell-off. Does that mean? That's good. Okay, thank you. We're talking about the consumer sentiment numbers that came out at 10 o'clock. So there's CMD, guys. I mean, it is still, it's still looking good. I mean, I I didn't take it, but next high looking left is around 225. So here again, this is an I don't mind talking about it, but this is the AI alert ECX. But my problem with it would be again that 200-day moving average is so close that could stall it if it weren't there. I'm looking for a lot more room looking left that a stock could keep running. Wow, no kidding anymore. Wow, it's very impressive. Not quite at yesterday's high. All right, guys, LBPH. Bit of a spread issue, but LBPH is looking interesting to me because it's got the next high looking left is 24, so it's about $1 away from that high. And for those of you with AI, you should know what I'm talking about. Yeah, but the spread is it's a bit of an issue with LBPH right now. Nike is still hanging around that 77 mark. I'm still waiting for maybe a breakdown into the 80s, 77, 85 or so for me to get into it. Come on, LPPH, just catch up. The bid has to catch up to the ask. Just give me a moment. Okay, well, man, I've got a couple of price alerts right now. So Nike and also NNE now is above yesterday's high or at yesterday's high. NNE at yesterday's high. Okay, let's see if Nike has the Nike has the legs now, guys. I'm in it. Okay, finally. Okay, the LBPH, they've caught up. Now let's see if it can move from here in a big way. Don't normally take these ones with, but luckily with IB, you have that little trick. I guess you can call it a trick, where you can take the get a midpoint. But we're not out of the woods yet. And we got to get that bid still catching up to that ask for LBPH. Oh, come on, Nike. Get back down below 77. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm just wow. Look at the SPY. Holy smokes! Yeah, look at that SPY. What a move on that. I guess the numbers, the Chicago sentiment or Chicago something or other. Chicago PMI. Chicago PMI. Boy, that is what a jump in the SPY now, guys. Oh yes. Okay, guys. I know this WHLR got halted. Did not should have been. Well, I couldn't get it. There's no way I could get it. I'm sure it did not go down below 1977 and NUWE. So that got halted. Got to pay attention to this one now. NUWE. The next high looking left on a daily chart is at 570. Looks like. So this is the first time I'm showing this. This is blue screen. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. So this is showing the halt price of NUWE 508, potential open 560. Usually there's more of a column, but anyway, potential open is 560. Doesn't have to be, of course. And usually they are 5-minute halts. You can see the WHLR was a 10-minute halt, but normally they're 5-minute halts. So if it is, it's going to open at 10:13 plus 35 seconds. Guys, I bailed on the LPH. I just didn't like that spread. So I took a small loss on it. I had a little profitable position, but I'll look at it later on if that spread can tighten up. Okay. But right now I just don't like that spread. So NUWE, yeah. So we have a float of, I think this is the one that's been in contention. Yeah. So you're saying the float is 520,000? We have 17.9. So that's a big difference, of course. Ah, 1 for 35. Okay, that's the reason then. Okay. So divide that by 35, and that's when you're going to get about the 530. Okay, that makes sense. So 1 for 35 reverse split today. So let's see where it could open. Again, 560. That's why, okay, that is the reason why there is no data. It's not because it did a reverse split today. So that is the reason. Not no data, but only one number up here as opposed to a whole column that you normally see. Boy, look at Rivian. What a drop now. High of 1513, back down to 14. This showed up actually on the go no go. Well, guys, I was definitely wrong about the CMD. I thought maybe 2 would stall it, and then I thought this would have more of a block, but I am definitely wrong. So okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just waiting on the Nike to see if it can really collapse. It's still hanging around that 77. Yeah, I am short, Nestor. Yeah, I'm short Nike. So with the go no go, Michael will have no, Johnny, no. Go no go will be an add-on. Okay, it will be an add-on. Probably in the neighborhood of $49 a month. Now, hopefully there'll be at least a week that you can try it out, see if you like it or not. And there will be scans. Well, I don't know if they're going to be like real-time alert scans, but there will be a list of stocks that are created every day that you can take a look at. Right now, all I'm using it for are but you can just use your own alerts. If whatever your alerts or the stock, the symbols that you're following, and you click on it and it'll load into the chart. So because I'm not 100% sure I care that much about this, about the scans that will be in the channel. We'll see, though. I don't know. And the reason I say that is it's not to disparage the scans or the symbols you're going to see, but of course I want to have control over my parameters, a price range, a minimum volume, a relative volume, all sorts of things like that, which you will not have control over. But I know Michael is going to do his darndest to to make it that it is relevant. Okay, wow, LBPH, you miserable. Been on vacation. Welcome back, Dwayne. Well, it's going to be an add-on. Go no. It's called Go No Go. You can look it up. Okay, if you go Go No Go, you can look that up. Do a Google search on it. You'll see the basis behind it. Okay. But it's not launched yet. Okay. Hopefully, it's launched next week for us. It's a third party. That's why we can't include it as part of our premium or standard service. It is a third party. So that we're licensing it from them. All right, guys. Well, I know I didn't quite call it, but I did get back in it. I said I got out of it, but once that spread tightened a little bit, okay, on the LPPH, and now you see now the spread is okay. It's only a dime as opposed to 20 cents before. So this is covering my initial loss on it so far. I don't know where it's going. The next high looking left is 23.96 on a daily on a weekly chart. That's pretty close. Okay, getting very close. I have to look at this now to see where I could take some off because there is a weekly chart right there, 2401. Okay, 2401, getting very close. So I am taking some off right now. Okay, I'm because I'm not 100% sure it's going to clear that 24. If it does, though, then the next high is 2453. And that is for the LBPH. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. So yeah, a couple of nice ones now from the AI. CMD, that's pulled back a bit. I mean, I got way up here, 223. Still a 21% run right now at the current price. LBPH, the alert, well, I don't mind. Now, you see, that's exactly the reason I'm glad I took some off. The spread is still an issue. Okay, what happened with NUWE? Wow. So that's what happened. Came out of the halt, jumped up, halted again. Look at the volume, guys. It's 202,000. Now, we know that the float is, would you say it was, say 500,000? I know it's not quite the same, but it's not like it's a lot of volume. It has not traded the adjusted float yet. Missed out on the Chewy. I was wanting to short this Chewy, but I missed out on that 26 break. All right, now Yilan could be interesting. It's at $15 right now. Got as high as 16.13 yesterday. Okay, that's yesterday's high. Held the 200-day moving average. You see that blue line on my daily chart? You see how it held the 200-day moving average, got into it, and it held. Okay, let me put some price alerts now for Nike. So again, now this is also showed up just now at 10:16 on the 10-day daily breakout scan. Speaking of scans, let me go over my homepage and you'll see the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans. Okay, so let me just get my homepage link in, and plus we have a 25% promo. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So right at the very top, here is a promo code you can use to get 25% off, okay? Barry25, you'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year, okay? And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the promo code on my homepage because this will really help to keep the rooms free. They are free rooms, and the way we keep them free is when you take out a subscription using my promo code, the room gets credit for the subscription. It's that simple, okay? If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. This will run you through 10 short videos. The first one, you download and install, first startup and login. Going down here, important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, okay? 10 short videos covering all the major aspects of trade ideas. If you're new to trading, Trading 101. I think it's an excellent start for you. If you're new to trading, I think it's 38 or 39 videos, and they're all free. Okay, Trading 101. Stock of the Day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here, free of course. Trade of the Week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Here is the education section. Here's our user guide. So you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide. Here's the getting started. Again, absolutely mandatory. You do this first before you do anything else. More detail about what an alert window is, more detail about a top list window, and stock racing. You'll notice I run 3 races. And I'll go over the races in a bit. But when I go over the races, there's a lot to digest. So here it is in the user guide, how you start a race, how you can customize your own race, etc. I use price alerts all the time. And if you wanted to create your own watch list of symbols you want to follow, here's how you do it. Okay. So a lot of information here, but of course, like any other software program, you don't have to learn everything. So here's our user guide, getting started series again. So daily support, I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One or the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main trading room before I take my break. And I'll also confirm that it will be Andy. And last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, the middle section, here are my scans that I am currently sharing. So here are the 3 races. These are the top 3 right here. These are the 3 races that I'm currently sharing. Halts Resumes is over here. But I am sharing other scans that you can take a look at. I do not have them all up and running. It'd be so when you see all these, don't load them all. You can take a look at them, maybe pick and choose which ones you might like if you like any of them, but don't have them all up and running. There'd be way too much activity for you to follow. So give me one moment. All right, guys. So before I talk a little bit in general about what Trade Ideas is all about, let me take a look at some of these things that have another halt here, LSH. So LSH looks like it's starting to draw. So it's an IPO. I'm sure you must have mentioned that one, draw. So an IPO, 1.5 million shares, $4.50 a share was the that's what it was priced at. So at least it's above the IPO price. So Later on in the day, this is what I may do, okay? I'm not going to do it immediately, but if it takes out 524, let's just say for argument's sake, it hangs around this 515 level, maybe drops down a little bit, and then later on in the day, it takes out that high. And later on would have to be probably at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half or two from now, because I'm not going to chase something. So that's why I put a price alert there. Now, if it takes out that high and it moves higher, and then it falls back, I'll probably put a price alert at that high. All right, Nike, Mr. Nike is. So again, the next low on the monthly chart is, what do we say, around $60. So are you seeing, okay, if you're seeing a blue cloud, that is that Ripster, okay? I'm not using it anymore, okay, Tom? And you can find more information about it, I guess, if you click on new and then dock channel bar. And I think there's a video so Ripsters, okay? I think there's a video about it. And I think the default is there's a 5 EMA and a 12 EMA. Just another channel that was added. Okay, I took a look at it. It's sort of interesting, but the problem I had is that I was finding my scan or my chart getting too cluttered. But to each his own. But you can read up on it. I'm pretty sure there's a video that when you load the channel. Well, let me see. Yeah, so here's the welcome screen. So you can take a look at this and you can sort of see what it's all about, okay? I have no special insight other than what's in this video, okay? And that is part of the standard service. So now why we can do that is because Ripster is not, we're not licensing from them or anything like that. All right, guys. So let me talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay. So we are a scanner, a real-time alert scanner. So what do I mean by that? So this is an alert window. I call it momentum. And if I right click on it and click on configure and then summary, this is what this scan is looking for. So this is the filtering, the screening aspect. Okay. A lot of screening companies are out there. And nothing wrong with them, okay? I'm not dissing them or anything like that, but we go, in my opinion, we go one step further. You can use this as a screener, just to see stocks that meet all your filter requirements, but we're also a real-time alert scanner. So in this particular scan, the stocks, as long as the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. Right now it's 10:31 Eastern time. This gives it the momentum. If the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's 400% of normal, etc. All of these filter values have to be met. And if the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So you can see what happened right here. About 20 seconds ago, now it's making new highs. ASNS, meeting all these filter requirements and making a new high for the day. That's why we're seeing it. These are all real-time alerts, okay? Real-time alerts. That is what the company is really, really good at. So if you like this scan, you can have it. But if you wanted to make some changes, of course you could. Maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe there's something else you don't like about it. Or maybe when you look at the filters that we've got, and I'll go over those in a bit, maybe there's a filter you want to add. Maybe you want to take one of these out. It's up to you, okay? This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see, okay? Now, wow, come on, Nike, take out 76 now. The nice thing, let me, oh my gosh. Oh, okay, it's halted on the way down. But at one point, it did get up to 30. Now, one of the nice things about Nike is that as an earnings play is that there are very few earnings plays. Okay, we're not in earnings season. So, of course, Nike is such a huge name. So it draws attention to a lot of traders. And so when we get into earnings season, and some weeks we'll have like 1,000 or 1,200 stocks releasing earnings. So people who love to, traders who like to look at earnings, there's so many to choose from. On my scan, there are only two today. They're meeting the filter requirements, only Nike and this one, ACCD. So again, traders who love to trade earnings plays, and Nike being such a, has huge name recognition. This is why I think, it's getting so much interest. And, look, I mean, the earnings were terrible. Well, the reaction to earnings is just awful. I mean, this stock was $93 yesterday. So getting back to this scan, this alert window. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Click on Configure. Sorry, I got a lot going on. It doesn't take this long. Let me just do it again. Okay. So instead of clicking on Summary, now I'll click on Search. Again, a little lagging, guys. I have a little too much going on. But anyway. So you can see right at the very top, these are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I keep scrolling down, when you see these icons, these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got, okay? And if I keep scrolling down, when you see these icons, these are the filters that we've got. So if you're looking at this for the first time or relatively new, do not get hung up on how many we've got and thinking, man, this is way too complicated. How am I going to learn them all? The good news is you don't have to. The only reason there are so many is that with all the different trading styles out there, the company felt that when they started over 20 years ago, that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters. That's it for me. Doesn't mean the rest of these are all bad. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Your trading style may be very different. So if you have any trading experience, sure, you might want to just scroll through to see if there's something that is of interest to you. But you don't have to learn them all, okay? So again, don't get hung. It's the same thing as I say about the user guide. Don't get hung up on how big the user guide is. You don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. U2 Green Trades. By the way, that is a great pseudonym. Puts you in a positive frame every day when you see Green Trades. Frame of mind. Okay, one moment, please. All right, CMAX. Let's see what's happening with CMAX. Now, let me explain what these races are all about. You know, you see these three races here, and they are very different. This one, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This looks at every stock, okay? These two, I have a market cap filter on it. It has to be at least 500 million. So you're not going to see the big moves that you could see in this one. You know, this is up 2.28% since the beginning of the race. So I'm running, again, remember, all this is in the guide, okay? You just have to go to the stock race section. So I'm running 4-minute races, but of course, you can run whatever time period you want. So this race is just going to end, and CMAX won this race. You can see right there, CMAX won the race. And what does it mean by winning a race? So I'm going to open this top list because all races are generated or started or launched from a top list window. So if I right click, you can see it says launch real-time stock race. Now this top list window, you can create your own, of course. And this is what I've done with mine. These are the parameters I'm using. So as long as the price is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, you will, all these stocks that you see here meet the requirements. And there's a lot of stocks that meet the requirements, okay? So in a top list, these headers, so this one right up there that says 0, that is a change from the open percent, okay? I can double left click on it, and that's going to tell me the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade today. So WHLR is up 86% from its opening trade. NUWE 27%, etc. Okay, that's all well and good. It's all well and good. But what if, you know, some stock that's down here? I know some of you guys are talking about SYF. That is up 3.6%, okay, right now. Not too interesting. But what if all of a sudden, for some reason, it started to move? You know, it's up 3.6% right now. What if all of a sudden was a 4%, then 5%, then 8%, then 10%? Almost impossible for you to know that just by staring at a list, okay? So that's what the race does. It doesn't care whether a stock is at the high of the day or near the low of the day, meeting these filter requirements. If the stock, when the race starts, is moving the most, you'll see it right up here. So you can see, you know, I mean, this WHLR, of course, is really active. So it's up 22% since the start of that race. You know, we're 2 minutes into that race. So, you know, you can click on it and see what's happening. You can probably see, I mean, it could be because it's coming from down here and it's moving up here. So that's why it's up 22% since the start of the race. Now, the nice thing is that when the race is over, there's automatically a top 10 list of stocks that that won the most races. So you can see right at the very top here, the number 1 is CMND. It won 4 races. And so on. This is automatically created for you. So this gives you a great watch list to watch all day long. So, you know, you can take a look at BTDR as an example, okay? It won 1 race. What is it doing now? You click on it. Maybe it's coming into a moving average that you like. Maybe it's doing something that you like in terms of the chart. Let's take a look at the VWAP. 1071 is the VWAP. If you're kind of a VWAP player, you know, 1071 is the VWAP. You know, it's a little bit below it, but will that actually act as support and maybe pop from it? We don't know. Maybe there's a moving average that you like, and maybe it's moving into it, coming into it. Maybe, you know, or put a price alert around that moving average and see if the stock moves into it and see what happens. Does it bounce off it? or does it go right through it, maybe giving you a short opportunity? Okay, so the other thing too is that you don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on the symbol. There's NRSN. I don't think I have seen this today, but click on it, see what's happening. It's in the number 2 position right now. See what's happening with it. Is it a pattern you like? But the bottom line is that it gives you some focus on just these stocks right here. Now, these stocks are the ones that are moving a lot percentage-wise. These ones here, you will not see the same sort of percentage moves. Doesn't mean that's bad to look at, but they're maybe a little more gentle to trade. Okay, because these are large cap gainers from the start of the race. These are large cap losers from the start of the race. So you look at run now. It's only off 0.9%, but look at this move down. And so you might look at that and go, wow, yesterday's low was 1259. It's almost there. If it took out that low, maybe I want to take a short of this because then the next low is 1234. I mean, these are all up to you. All right. Well, I talk a little bit about the Holly AI. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't display it because it's not fair for those who pay for it, to display it. But, basically, you just, you will get no alerts until at least 9:40. That's by design. Nothing happens in the pre-market. And so at 9:40, you could start to get some alerts. Today, the first alert was at 9:45. I can show it to you now. CMD. And so when you get that, you can see right there on the y-axis, there is the 165. That was when the alert happened. And the suggested stop was 145. How you trade it now will be up to you. Okay, if you took it. Okay, obviously, if you took it right at 165 or waited a bit to see how it was trading, obviously, it got up to 223 before it pulled back. So there's really nothing. I use it like a watch list. I did not take this. I talked myself out of taking it, because I thought 2 might stall it. Okay. But that's basically it. Okay. There's nothing really more. I did take the I got stopped out for a small loss on the LBPH early, and then I got into it again. Did okay on it. It finally the spread. But that's what I mean. How I trade it might be completely different from how you trade it, if you trade it at all. Asking me if Nike looks like a bounce. Well, look, I'm short, so I'm not looking at a bounce on Nike yet. Anyway, it's got to try to take out 96 and 96, 76. So again, if you subscribe to the AI, there's an entry and there's always going to be a stop that is indicated. Stop, of course, is the price you get out. Now, you don't have to follow the stop. For instance, for me, the stop, it's always, most of them are going to be at the low of the day. Okay. Most of them at the low of the day. And I would personally not be putting stops like that, but that's completely up to you. That's why when people ask, how is the AI doing? Everybody trades it differently. So for instance, I would not have put a stop down here necessarily. Well, maybe today it's not too far away, but a lot of times that low of the day could be way down, and I would not be putting a stop there, but that's up to you. All right, now this could be interesting. This APLS. Now. So this is kind of, when this is available, this is kind of what I'm looking at now in the APLS. So this is, again, it is not available to you guys right now, okay? Hopefully next week, but this is what I'm looking at. So that orange right there is basically saying, like, don't do anything, okay? Don't go long, don't go short. There's no big advantage. This is what it's trying to tell me. Now, if all of a sudden that orange breaks down here and turns to pink, and then it turns to a dark, this purple here, that might give me the sign to short it. Okay, this is if I get that color change. So that's what I'll do now is I'll put a price alert down here. And first of all, see if that triggers. Okay, that's how I'm using it right now. So again, guys, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room, okay? So if you do have questions, an analysis of SEER, okay? If you do have questions, don't be shy, okay? So I had an interesting day yesterday. I've been asked to look at SEER. So it had an interesting day yesterday. Of course, it got all the way up here, $42, closed down here at 40, not a tremendous drop. So, I mean, there's your there's your potential, to get up to 42. If it takes out 41, maybe 41.10, that could give you an opportunity. So if I look at this go, no go, what would have to happen is probably I'm going to stick an alert around the 4107 mark. Okay. And if that pea green turns to blue, in other words, I could very easily take this trade. Okay. Because that is sort of your signal that, okay, look at it as a potential long. If it does change from that what I see in my screen anyway is sort of a green, and if it changes that light blue, I could take that trade. All right, so there's the VWAP for CMND at 191. So let's see if it can clear that. This was a very active one yesterday, the SM. It was a big down day yesterday, SM Energy. All right, I have covered some of the Nike guys, a lot of it, in fact, as it is starting to bounce a little bit here. Okay, now here's this LSH, okay? Now it did take out the high. This is an IPO for today. It's too early for me, though, to so now what I'll do is later on, I will see. Well, first of all, I'll see how high this gets. I'll put a price alert at the high. Okay, now I'll put that price alert up here. Okay, well, good for you guys now. CMND is over. Well, it's right at that VWAP, right at the VWAP, CMND. What's a good, well, lots of news sites out there, Bus. I mean, I use my Interactive Brokers, though. Okay, I don't know who your broker is, but I use Interactive Brokers, their news right here. That'll virtually all, well, especially if it's an earnings release. But if there's some news, almost for sure I'll see it there. Now, sometimes you'll hear me say I don't see any news, especially on these low floaters. That just kind of, there really isn't any news. They're just moving because. Oh, I did not know that about Dave Mabe, but Tom. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just a feeling I have, I guess. I can't really tell you why I would do something. I mean, if I get into something, especially if it's a low floater and it just pops immediately on me, no way I'm going to hold my whole position because it could just as easily drop. So I always, something that like a low floater that pops immediately for me, I always for sure take some off. This is, I've just been doing it like that for years. I didn't read anything about that's the way you should do it. So I don't know, again, Bus, I don't know if you have Interactive Brokers, but I think their news service is pretty good. But I mean, there's lots of sites out there that you can probably look at. Yeah, I have no idea if Dave is more of an intraday trader or not. I really have no idea. Yeah, I don't know what his trading style is. Maybe it is different. I mean, I think that most in this room, if you're in a low float stock and it gives you a big pop almost immediately, I think most would probably take some off. Now, if you're in one of these, like a large capper, it's usually easier to kind of hold on to, like the Nike for me. I mean, I did take some off, but I will hold a piece. StockTwits, really? Haven't seen StockTwits reference for a long time. So you can see CMND kind of struggled to get through the VWAP. I mean, the VWAP is still there, 191. It's kind of struggled to get through it. Okay, a wild one now, guys, is the DXYZ. It's right here. So this did get up to 1828 or so, dropped all the way back down to 15. So you got to be awfully careful. Yeah, I haven't seen a reference to StockTwits in years, it seems. All right, guys, just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts, not seeing too much happening. I did see Fun and Six, of course, moving together. They're doing a merger. I guess it was approved yesterday, I guess. And the new company, the symbol will be Fun, but it will be called Six Flags, I guess. Or definitely six in the name. And news, okay, here's six. Launches metaverse experience on Roblox or Roblox. Boy, this has had a nice run. I mean, 3 days ago, this was 27 up to 32. 3 days ago, 4 days ago. And that's the CRDO. All right, Nike testing 76 again. Okay, man, I missed this CMAX, guys. CMAX had a big day 2 days ago, got all the way up to $4. Pulled back yesterday over that high now of 2 days ago. Low float, 3 million in the float. Not a lot of volume though. I mean, geez, I mean, look, 388,000 shares. That's 19 times normal. It doesn't trade very much just based on that. No, this week it's had a huge week in terms of volume. But today, I mean, the volume, I mean, it's starting to pick up a little bit, but I'm trying to remember what was there any news on this one 2 days ago? Speaking of CMAX, it's just making a new high, guys. Another new high. So looking left on the weekly chart. So it's above that high, 378, 454. It's basically at that high, which was back in April. And it just made another new high, guys. CMAX just made another new high. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This has gone pretty parabolic now. I mean, look at the volume here for this Wheeler, 365,000 shares. That's it. You know, for it to move from 12 all the way up to 30 on that is crazy. Okay, guys, just waiting on Nike now to see if it takes a 76. So this Alar, man, I remember this Alar from yesterday. This was around a $36 stock yesterday at some point, I think. How about a $33 stock yesterday, ALAR? This is an all-time high now. This was an all-time high yesterday, and now an all-time high today. Okay, this IPO from not a few days ago, the 14th, TEM AI play. Yeah, choppy. All right, guys. You know, I haven't seen. No, here we go. Nike. Thank you. I was just going to say Nike is just looking like it's going to take out 76, and there it is. So Nike showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. You know, later, 76.61. Of course, ticket a lot earlier than that, but there it is on the 10-day daily breakdown. So if you're wondering why so late, oh, I can tell you why. Maybe. No. I'm not sure. To me, it should have shown up earlier on that 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, the relative volume was huge. My price range is 1 to 100, so that wasn't it. The volume, of course, was huge, so not sure why it didn't show up earlier. on the 10-day daily breakdown. Not that we had to see it there. We were talking about it, well, in the pre-market, really. I mean, that is a big drop, guys. 20% with $1 billion in the float, or a little over $1 billion in the float. That is a big percentage move. You don't often see something like that. Meanwhile, CMAX just made another new high, guys. CMAX, well, briefly, it made another new high. And you can see SEER has not moved at all. Man, has just doing nothing. So I'll have my alert set up here. All right, guys. Well, not a heck of a lot happening for me right now. Just looking at keeping an eye on the Nike to see if it really takes out 76. All right. Now I had an alert set for that one. Aha. Okay. I'm going to test a little short on this one, this APLS. See if I can get a midpoint. Now, you see, technically, I should be waiting for a purple, this to turn purple. Okay, technically, I'm just going to do. Son of a. Move down on me. Wow, I'm not going to chase it down now. And this is the experimentation that I'm kind of doing. because technically I'm supposed to wait for this pink to turn purple, okay? But the way I looked at it is that, this was a pretty good break on that pink color. And if I wait for it to turn purple, it might be a little too late. So, but unfortunately, I was, well, now look what happened. So maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing. So now maybe I just wait for it to turn purple if it does. Not seeing a lot of follow through on a lot of the stocks I'm looking at now, guys. Like the DXYZ, no follow through. The CMND is actually right back to where the alert was. So I'm assuming you guys are out of that one now. I don't know what your stops were, but see that VWAP was really a block. It really was a block, guys. I mean, yeah, I have it's possible I'm going to short this if it takes out that low. I threatened to short these low price ones many times, and I haven't. I'm still keeping an eye on this APLS. Can I review ECX? Okay, Edward. I know it was an AI alert early, did nothing. Not really much. When we had the alert, the very first thing I said is that look at that 200-day moving average. Okay, so the alert was at 233, and the 200-day moving average, it got up to it. So I mean, not a bad little move if you know it's going to go up there, but that is what prevented me from taking the trade, because that 200-day moving average, look, for me, was too close. So that's about all I can say about it. Okay, now could it bounce from here? Let's take a look at the VWAP. See, 223 is the VWAP. To me, it would have to clear the VWAP. Okay, get back up there. So that's really it. But when I first saw the alert, I said I don't like it because of the 200-day moving average. It was too close. Ah, shoot. Well, I tried to get this quickly, but I did not get a quick fill on it. Okay, the ACCD, and it's down 42%, so it's possible the uptick rule. Well, the uptick rule is definitely in effect. There are a lot of shares available at Interactive Brokers, 1.1 million. Yeah. All-time low now again for this ACCD. It's an earnings play today, all-time low. And it's I hear another new low. I have been remarkably clean FinFan for almost 10 years, in my opinion, anyway. Sometimes it's not easy. All right, guys, 11:19. I'm just going to confirm it'll be Andy taking over for me in about 40 minutes in our YouTube room. I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. All right, I am still looking at this APLS, guys. APLS. The spread is great. Pretty good volume, almost 1 million shares now, 4.2 times normal. It's a big float. All right, let's take a look at Oscar, OSCR, see if this has got anything that. Yeah, I'm not seeing. I mean, okay, if I bracketed it, maybe 1623 and underneath 1590. That's what I'm going to do. See if it moves one way or the other. You know, this is not looking that bad now. I'm not in it anymore. The LBPH, in terms of the spread, at least the spread is tightened up. You know, before it was anywhere from from 10 to 25 cents. It's 10 cents right now or 9 cents right now. ACCD continuing to move down. Do you take it, William? I wanted to get it at 368, and I held held the order there, and it just didn't get a fill, even though it was sitting at 368 for, I don't know, 10 seconds. But, I guess it's well, no, I don't guess. I know it's the uptick rule because there's a lot of shares available. Would not fill me there. All right, guys. Yeah, confirmation. It will be Andy taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 35 minutes or so. Turning into for me anyway, a pretty quiet day, guys. Quiet for me means not a lot of trend continuation, and the things I'm looking at. I'm not saying other than Nike, which has had a nice short trend for most of the day. I'm not really seeing a lot of great trends for me. Here's an example, CMAX. Now, I'm not expecting that CMAX had to keep, ripping higher green bar after green bar. But what I would want to see in something like this is that, sure, take some profit, but don't go from 483 down to 398. It's just too much for me anyway. Come back down to, 460 or something. ECDA, let's take a look at ECDA from Shady. He is 125, 110. So yeah, I can see that. So he's in it now. He said what? So just to decipher, he'll take the trade at 125. He'll put a stop at 110, which is basically the low of the day. And it got all the way up here to 175. So yeah, it could go. Has room. The VWAP is 125. So that was the VWAP, literally the VWAP. So let's see if, how well can it hold above that VWAP. And now it is showing up in the momentum scan, and it is showing up here. And of course, it's got a ton of room. If you look at today's action, 175, nobody's saying it's going to get there, but that is the day high is 134 right there. That's pre-market, of course. That happened at 8:15 Eastern time this morning. So looking at it on that go no go, there would have been the same sort of signal, a little bit later than Shady, right around 129. Yeah, 129 right there, okay? And then continuation for a while anyway. All right, now taking a look at the APLS, now you can see that it never turned purple here. So even though I was tempted to do this is still a pink, it's still pink. So sort of a little bit better than orange, okay, which says don't do anything, but maybe it'll start to, but look what happened. So it never turned purple. Like here, you can see, I know it's probably confusing because you don't have access to it, but you can see up here, this is at 9:30. The 9:30 candle was pink and then it turned purple right here. So from there, from 39.21 all the way down to 36.99. Now, I did not see that here, and I probably would not take the trade because it's too early for me, but that is kind of the theory. on the color change. You know what, Blaine? I promised myself I thought maybe I could go one day without muting myself and talking, but I no. So I got to 8:31 my 10th 11:31 Eastern time. So I'm going to put that down. That'll be my new record. Okay. I hope I can break that on Monday. Okay, come on, Nike. Really take out 76. Yeah, you see, it's just how early do I want to see these things? I mean, you can see right there was an opportunity to short it for ASPN right there, say at 24.50. So it got all the way down to 23.25 before I had a little bit of a bounce. It's just a matter of how am I going to see those? Well, first of all, what time was that? Well, that was yeah, that was actually early enough or late enough. It wasn't in the first 15 minutes. Ooh, my goodness. Not in it anymore, but look at this now. This LBPH, this is now up to over 24. It's a 5% move since the alert. There was the alert at 22.99 from our AI. I told you I took it early and then I got out for a small loss. It didn't, the spread was just driving me crazy. But I got back in when the spread tightened up a bit and was able to do okay on it. It was on this candle right there. That was the 10-15 candle. Do okay on it. So nice trade, quick, nice trade, ECDA. Okay. I didn't take it, but I'm just saying those who took it, I'm assuming that they've, taken some profit, if not got out of it. But this is what I mean, not a lot of follow through. I don't mean it, again, as I said before, I don't mean it has to have giant green candles, but don't go from 145 down to 120. That's a big percentage drop. Now the VWAP, 127. So let's see if it can challenge the VWAP again and get above it. So I'll put a price alert around 130. Wow. So look at this LBPH, guys. This is sneaky, just really sneaky. This is not quite. I thought it might have been an all-time high. Not quite. Have to look back. Take a look at a monthly chart and check where the all-time high is, because it's got to be close. It's right there. So it still has some room. 28.24. That is the all-time high. It's it's above last month's high now, and that high is 24.50. So that would be the next one. And if it takes that out, then there's your all-time high of 28 for LBPH. I figured you'd be still in it, but I'm sure you would have taken some profit, Shady. Yeah. Because your stop is, what was it? Almost the low of the day, right? 110 or something? All right. Keep an eye on Key. Next high looking left is 1450. So it's got a little bit of room. Keep an eye on this one. I have a price alert set at the high of the day, 1417. Volume it's okay. I mean, it's 3 million. It's only, relative volume is only 1. So it's only kind of trading normally. Yeah, I mean the VWAP is 189, so that's kind of where it stalled, right there at the VWAP. So there is the VWAP, 189 now. Boy, guys, I mean, I keep waiting to see if this can change. Ugh. I thought maybe it might change colors right there. APLS. Now, William, you went long Disney. I was surprised you took it long. Oh, okay. No, good for you. Now it did dump earlier because you took it just before that like a really psychological number of 100. I thought anyway. So 99.88. Okay, guys, this one is just showing up. MMSI. I can see why. Look at this. A momentum play right now, guys. MMSI. And this is an all-time high. MMSI, all-time high. Robert Baird, let's see. This morning, this is in the morning. Target of 96. See if anybody else is piling on. All right, now is this shortable for me? 2.5 million shares available. I'm not saying I want to short it right now or ever, but it is shortable. 2.5 million. Got up to 86.45. That's a pretty parabolic move. You can see the volume came in. This will be the biggest. What time is it now? So it has 3 minutes to close. This will be at least the second biggest volume bar of the day. Well, there's Oscar, guys, but I've got mixed emotions about it because of what it's telling me on the go no go. Boy, I like this APLS. It just got all this room down here. The low of the day around 37. Now, WYY, sorry, popping here. Not a lot of volume. 141,000. It is 11 times normal, but just not a lot of volume. My focus really is on this APLS right now. No, yeah, you just Poe. I know you're saying you're upset because you didn't get into the ASNS. So look at ASNS and no. So if you see it here, this was the alert right there on that break. You see how that pea green turned to blue right at 178. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, guys, fun. Fun just made a new high, and post market high looks like it's right there. Post market high was 56, so it's right there. That's yesterday. No, I'm sorry, that is not. I'm incorrect. That is a market high 30 that's a 345 candle. So that is actually a market high, not a post market high. Oh, I can see right there. I had to look at my daily chart. So it's at the high of yesterday now. FUN. All right, guys, 11:48. So in about 12 minutes or so, Andy's going to take over for me in our YouTube room. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Poet. I know somebody was talking about Poet earlier. Yeah, so it had that big pop, bit of a drop, continuation now maybe. Poet, Poet, Poet. Yeah, I have an alert set for it, Casa, LSH, right up here. Well, I had an alert. I guess it took it out. So 538. So this, now it's not a great IPO yet because the IPO was priced at 450. It's not, there's not a lot of enthusiasm for it yet anyway. But what I'll do is I'll put a price alert at 537 later on in the day. If it takes it out, I might take that trade. Now these this chart looks really strange on a first day trading. Okay, now I see that Rivian actually broke down a bit. I may be looking to short this now. RIVN. In fact, now this is going to be a good test of that of the go no go. Good test. I'm in the short here. Again, I'm testing this system a little bit. The low yesterday was, is it, oh man, is it far enough? Not bad. Okay, 1339. So this is what I'm seeing, okay? So you see it turned, it was pink, 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 and then it finally turned purple again, right at 1378. Okay, so that is the go no go system idea. Call it an idea. Come on. And a bit of a confirmation also on the 15-minute chart. Not, yeah, I mean, it's certainly, they want you to short it. There's no question. But the color change happened on the 5-minute chart. Oh, I didn't even realize it. ASNS was an AI alert. I didn't even realize it. 1031. So the alert was on this candle here, and then it came all the way back down. Did not hit the stop, of course. I don't think it did. No, stop is at 152. It held the, Steve will love this. It held the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, that blue line. Yeah, that was well, that was yesterday too. Okay, another one. Okay, so this was yesterday's $300,000 order from an Italian partner. That was yesterday's news for the ASNS. And then, yeah, this morning, and from a major German municipal utilities company. It doesn't say the price or how much, but so I had a couple of days of news for ASNS. So yeah, so you can see there 180, 216 now. Not early though. I mean, not when I say early, it didn't happen right away. I mean, that's an hour and a half. And you had opportunity. If you missed it the first time when it popped, it pulled right back down. Wow, this is really good now. I mean, the next high looking left is 255, guys. Low float, I'm sure. Yeah, 4.7 million in the float. So, I really like to do the videos on this because people get all bent out of shape. You get the alert. And I shouldn't say bent out of shape. This is why I really recommend if you don't have that box saying none, that filter box saying none, make sure it says none. Uncheck anything. If it says profitable trades, uncheck it. The reason why is that, for instance, there was the alert. You can see the blue arrow. The alert was at 180, popped up to 190, and then look what it did. It came back down underneath the alert price. If you've got that profitable trades checked, you won't see it anymore until it hits 180 again. But for some of you, I know Steve Gomez, for one, he'd be looking at this and saying, well, wait a minute, that 10 SMA held several times. I mean, you can see arguably for about an hour, and you could say, okay, I'll take it now. I don't have to wait for 180. It looks like that 10 SMA is holding. You put your stop, a little bit underneath the 10 SMA. So even if you got it around 170, you put the stop a little underneath the 10 SMA, and now you're in it at a better price than the original alert. Okay. It sounds maybe a little confusing, but that's why I'm saying. Now, you could have waited. You could have waited until it hit the price again. There's no problem with that, but sometimes you can get a better entry. Wow, are you there already, Andy? Okay, give me a moment. You caught me unawares. Okay, so just give me a moment. Okay, guys, Andy is in our YouTube room right now. So before I go, I have to put the YouTube link in. Our main room. Okay, so guys, there is the YouTube link. Andy is there now. Now I need my message. Oops. Okay, guys. So in the main room, I'll be back at about 1 o'clock Eastern time. And one last thing to do, Andy. No music. Oh, okay, now I can talk to you. Boy,
that was a long process today. That's usually you're lots snappier than that.
Yeah. Well, normally I have my little announcement that I'm going to be on a break. I usually put that on about 5-2.
Oh, okay.
And I say I'm still in the room and all that, but I've got that done. And usually I put the YouTube room in or the link in. But yeah, you caught me unawares. Anyway, gentlemen, anybody who's in YouTube right now, big welcome to Andy. He's going to take over for me for about an hour from 12 to 1. And how are you today? And have you done anything interesting?
Doing good. Sold some stuff, and then I started doing some but you know how I like my China, and they reached a level. I've been waiting for KWeb to come down here. I had an alert on this pullback here to the 200-day moving average, and my alert never go off, but I happened to look at it and pick some up at 212. Anyway, I started buying some others, but I scalp some out real quick and then see if it is a bottom, then I got a little bit. That's a lot of times the way I do it. But
and I know, yeah, Mr. China. I mean, you still have that. I haven't looked at KWeb for a while, so
it's been a while. It's been a while since I've jumped in. I mean, I'm not going to play it, but when I see levels,
yeah,
I
see
just
what you're talking about.
I just
you
know
got
when
right
these
into the
things
200 day.
bounce, you can get some incredible moves out of some of these stocks. So yeah, but no, I
Hmm.
haven't. It's been kind of sad for me. I haven't been able to play for a couple of months, really.
But
But
you've done other things.
oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm in Hood, been in Hood forever. I've been in Snap. I've been in uh, some others. I've sold some stuff, but oh yeah, I was even in Amazon, sold it. Yeah, I play all the American stocks too. I don't want you
Okay.
to think I've gone total China on you.
Well, now I know you probably haven't had a chance to really look at the go no go. I
I
am.
I
I
have.
am really very, very interested.
Yes.
Thank you, BB. I know I just muted myself in the main room. I am very interested in it. You do you have even a go no go chart up? I guess you wouldn't, right?
I don't. I can pull one up. I'd have to pull, let's see, an HTML, right? Uh,
Yeah.
I hope it
Oh,
doesn't mess up my
yeah.
system when I do that.
Yeah. Don't do it then. Don't do
Yeah,
it. Okay.
sometimes if you, I
Yeah,
don't
I
know about
know.
this new dev version, it may be fixed, but you know how it used to do when you changed, when your platform was already up, it could screw
Yeah.
things up. Yep.
Well, I'm short Rivian right now on that basis. Okay, RIVN.
Well, here's
Okay.
what I could do, Barry. Let me just pull up the go no go doc.
Yes. A-
Yeah, there
and
we
then
go.
you can load it. Then you know,
Right.
or the channel. You mean?
Well, we don't have a
It,
channel yet, do we? But
no, but
it's going to be the channel,
Michael.
right?
Yeah, Michael gave you a link for it, right?
Right.
Okay, so if
So
you pull up
RIVN
Rivian,
on what time frame?
5 minute time frame.
Okay. Let me.
So now what you should be seeing is at around three. You see how there were some pink bars moving down?
Well, first thing, let's get this. Do you like the pre and post market in there as well? Because that will
I am
affect.
putting the pre. I don't think it matters, but yeah, I do have pre-market though. Yes.
Okay, but not post. Okay. All right.
Okay. Now let's see. Well, I'll take a look at your screen to see if you're seeing the same thing. Yeah. So you see those pink bars moving down?
On right here.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see how it finally turned purple.
Right.
That is your
Short entry.
suggested entry.
Right. Right.
Okay. And so that's what I've done. And
Okay.
so
Nice.
right around 1379. Now, I'm hoping for a lot more than this, but that's what I've done. I mean, around 1379, yeah, 1378 actually. And we're going to see what's going to happen here.
Okay.
But
Interesting.
that's the whole idea of it. Okay. That
Yeah.
when it turns, then that's a signal to perhaps get
Now,
low.
do you wait for the close of the bar, or just will the color turn during the bar?
Well, luckily, you see, I didn't see it when it was actually happening. So,
Okay.
but it was, it was only a couple of pennies different.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
in that particular case. So it didn't turn into a giant purple bar
Nice.
that was already moved like 20 or 30 cents on me.
Nice.
So, and now, we'll see what happens. And now the other thing for me, of course, Andy, is that it still has to meet my trading style. So 1339 looking left is the next low looking left. And
Right.
that's
Of
yesterday's low.
course.
So
Yeah.
it made sense for me to do it because of that, because it had some room. But I'm really intrigued by it. What it's doing for me, it's giving me a little bit of confirmation.
Sure.
Okay. I may have done that on my own, just looking at a chart anyway, but this is
Right.
giving me a little more confirmation.
Right. So you're looking at the low of this bar right here, right? This.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I can
Anyway, we'll
definitely.
see what happens.
Yep. Hey,
We'll see what happens.
that's the next low. Is why wouldn't it go there?
Why
Right.
wouldn't it go there?
That's
And
right.
why wouldn't it if it takes out that next low? Why wouldn't it go? And
Yeah.
the story on Rivian, of course, with $1 billion,
Oh sure. Oh
Volkswagen,
sure.
et cetera. So,
Sure.
but it's selling off. I mean, people are looking at it, they go,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, great. 1 billion in, maybe 5 billion later, still losing money. And I guess that's the
Exactly. Exactly. Yes. That gap up on that day right there. I'm not one to. Uh, I'm not day trading anymore, but boy, I thought that would have been a good short because they're getting a big influx of cash does not mean they turn the company around.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay,
But
my
all
friend.
right, enjoy
Well,
your break,
I'll
Barry.
let you go, or I'll let
All right.
myself go, and I'll see you in about an hour.
All right. Take care, man. Bye
Okay,
bye.
thanks. Bye
I'll
bye.
keep this up in case we want to look at it. And I totally agree with Barry. I'm very excited about this technology we're adding to our uh, platform because we have so many traders that come in here that do not know, a lot about trading. They don't understand candlestick charting. Well, while they're learning maybe candlestick charting, this is going to be a helpful little tool of when might be a good place to buy or when might be a good place to sell. So yes, I'm excited about that. So and shoot, I'm like Barry. I might go back to some of the basics and start using it myself. All right, the market is trying to go to lows here, so we'll see. Hey, Michael, doing great. Thank you. Doing great. Not haven't been doing a whole lot. I mean, I've been doing, smaller size. I mean, we're kind of we tried to go to highs this morning, but coming into the day, it was really a lot of back and forth, and they're not really going anywhere. And obviously, there were some great moves in some individual companies, particularly Amazon, and which this is why mentioned in my video. This is why I like buying the setup because I mentioned this a couple of times in a video back over here. I like the wedge it was forming. I think I mentioned it on this day, and then again coming into this day. But anyway, and if you're chasing sometimes these breakout moves, like right now, if you bought it here and you're a swing trader, you're like, ah, gosh, do I go ahead and punch out? I don't know. I would rather catch the setup and be early in some of these things, and that's why I'm caught it early, and now I'm out of the thing. And I'll look for if it pulls back, I'll just put an alert right here. It may keep going, but if it pulls back to the breakout high, I'll reassess, see what's happening with the moving average, maybe another entry. But thank you, Michael. Volume doesn't lie. Boy, that's an old one. No, no, there's not any custom formulas in it. I can give you a copy of it. I haven't pulled that up in a long time. I could definitely share it. It used to be part of our AI for a long time. Uh, volume doesn't lie. See how far this goes back. 2016. Let me go ahead. This might be. I got a Holly version. I'm not sure what that means, but I would use this one right here, my most recent ones, because I probably. Uh, I'm not sure what that is. I think what I did is maybe one day when Holly uh, used it in her uh, that day, we got some alerts from it. Maybe I went in and the back office and copied some of her configuration. Anyway, I redid it. I would definitely use this one. And really, it's not looking for anything technical. It's just looking for something that is up on the day, and then all of a sudden it hits that volume parameter. I think I base it on. Let's just take a look real quick before we share it. Let me just open it. Nothing today, but let's see. Ooh, look at this market. Glad I put a hedge on. I already covered half the hedge. Uh, uh, I tell you, it never fails. It just seems like this must be a timely factor. Seems like Friday, every time I come in here at 12 Eastern time, the market decides to sell off. Grab the wrong one. Let me make sure I don't have to panic out of anything. No, I don't have a whole lot of size right now. All right, volume doesn't lie. Let's take a look at the configuration. Okay, looks like it is obviously an alert. So we're looking for strong volume. There's real no ratio in here. Okay, so it's just looking for strong volume, and of course it has some filters in it where it has to be in the position in the year range, today's range. Uh, so I back tested this. Now it's probably been a while. You might want to run the back tester again. Uh, Let's we'll do it, but I'm not expecting anything promising because it's been probably 8 years since I've done the back tester on this thing. See if I still have the same parameters in there. Okay, looks like from 9:15 to 12 my time. I'm on Central. Okay, this is a strategy that I did. So uh, looking for a enable stop loss at a 1%. Let's run it for a full gamut. And like I said, I'm not expecting anything. I doubt I even have a lot of trades in here. No, you got 119 trades, 32%. Now I do like the average winner versus you almost got a double average winner versus average loser. So I'll share this. You might want to go in and maybe do some back testing on it yourself. But let me give it to you, Michael. Just go ahead and make a fresh one here since it goes back all the way to 2016. And I'm glad you brought that up. Maybe I'll take that out over the weekend and play around with it and see what I can do to maybe help it. There you go. And spies did go to Lowe's. Need to go over here just in case I need to sell anything. Nothing really that drastic going on. Yeah, yeah. Take a look at it. See, like I said, it's been a long time. I've come up. Honestly, I'm more of a kind of a discretionary trader, but you know what? Maybe I'll pull that out and take a look at it. But yeah, see what you come up with, and you might want to play around with it. Uh, let's take a look at some of the. Let's go in history here. See what we got. Okay, so we had a few yesterday. CRDO. Okay, that one's working nicely. There's your alert and nice little follow through on that one. WEBL. Okay, this is an ETF. So might want to go in there and eliminate ETFs. I think back in the day, I didn't know the hack. We didn't have a hack to do that, but cores. Now, ooh, grind was a good one on that day. Boy, nice follow through. Yeah, this is one you might want to just kind of keep on your radar to see, for longer term plays because they are doing very strong volume. They have to be up on the day. They have to be, uh, let's see, that one 835 up marginally. Now, this is something that you could probably, there's one that's following through after that one. Seco, man, I tell you, I may have to tell Brad about this and maybe look for this could be a good long term Holly play. CNK on 624, still following through. GLNG. Every one of these are seem like they're higher. Let's go back to 621. Yep, that one's higher. Man, I'm gonna have to thank you for reminding me of this, Michael. I may have to put this on my uh, desktop somewhere. Yeah, because I would be looking for swing trades, and man, from what I'm seeing so far, that's strong right there. Now that one is pretty much flat. No, actually down. So that one didn't work. But I think they have to still agree with me technically. Like this one right here, I would probably, so maybe I would go in and say it has to be above the 50 period moving average, and it might have been. Hold on. Let's see, 50 period moving average was 70, and yeah, 71. So it barely ticked. So I probably wouldn't have taken something like that, after that big old bar and looking at this daily chart. So you definitely use a little discretionary instincts when you're trading these things. Here's a good one. Kind of messy, but still much higher than where the alert went off. Dang. Wait, is that the same one we saw on another day? Yeah. So actually you got this twice in one day. I'm not sure why it would do that, but maybe the volume, when it hits another level, it goes off again. Oh, you're welcome, Michael. Thank you for bringing it back to my attention. I haven't looked at this in years. Yeah, I'll have to keep that one. Well, thank you. I don't know if I'd call me a monster, but remember, all those Holly strategies. They had to, the initial strategy had to be developed by a trader or somebody that kind of knew what they were doing. But okay, the spies just filled their gap, and so did they go negative. Oh well, I will. I'll tell you what. Looking at some of those trades that I just looked at, though, I'm not sure some of those alerts. I mean, I'm not sure I would tweak it now. I liked what I'm seeing. So uh, if I do some back testing, uh, I'll definitely. But not getting a whole lot of alerts, which I like. You know, it's just looking for stocks that basically are up, and then they trigger a strong volume alert, and that should you know probably the two most powerful indicators are price and volume, and that's what it's looking at. The price has to be up on the day, and it has to be doing strong volume. So sometimes if you keep it simple and then just trade the rest discretionarily, machine and man working together. Just 1 second. Look at something real quick. Okay. Yep, that's right. Keep it simple. That's right. When you look over at your sector analysis and you see KRE is the strongest one for the day after basically looking like crap coming into the day, SLX another one, that just tells you there's just a rotation. Money's coming out of. It seems like money's always been coming out of ARC, man. That thing cannot get a leg, but maybe some coming out of some of the technology stocks. I didn't trust that Nvidia move today at all. And I guarantee you a lot of people got suckered into that. That's why you wait for it to clear. Very important moving averages. Now, what you can do is put your alert right here. And if it does get back above that level, now you may be talking. Yeah, probably should have waited for my alert in KWeb, which is right at the 200. It wants that. Let's take a look to see. That's why I sold some for a scalp. So now I'm basically flatten the position. But the 200 is at 27.02, so a nickel from it. It's hard to be patient sometimes, and who knows if it'll even bounce there. But being that oversold and a key moving average, last moving average, good chance it will. Yeah. I'm gonna start paying attention to that thing for sure. The snap at some point looks like it wants to break out. Let's take a look at the weekly. Let's take a look at some Holly stuff for today. I did see a couple, at least one good one on there. I know this morning, and that was the. Oh, we got another one. Ooh, nice. And that one. Two good Holly calls today. This is a good example of why you don't feel like you have to. A lot of people. We obviously took away our auto trader because too many people were getting problems and complaining about not getting execution. So we basically, plus people just getting in trouble. Uh, but this is a great example of how you can uh, watch it after the first alert. I mean, don't feel sometimes, yes, they just going to keep going, but other times like this, you had a nice little pullback, and look how it went sideways there and then look at the volume come in on this move, and especially on this move right here. So that one is one. You should stick an alert in maybe, or if you watch it, because that was some nice volume there. Now this one, you feel like you might, you know, even if you waited till after this candle, then of course your next candle gapped up and took out that high. You could have done that, or even if you got it at 24, you're another buck 50 higher, which if you look right here, looking left, look at that 24 level, and that's why it is still going. Of course, then it had to get through the 24.65 level, and now, gosh, might want to go to 28. Now, this is one that would have been tough. I mean, for me, I mean, obviously, if you waited after the alert to take out this high 175, you had a lot of, all the way to 225. That could definitely be a scalper. You'd be foolish not to take some profits, off on a buck, buck 50 stock after it's, run all the way to 220. Um, Otherwise, you came back down to a flat. So that's why we always say the ones that trade the Holly the best are the ones that are the good traders. People want to come in and just that don't know anything about trading and just hook up to it and just let the Holly do the exits. It's a tough endeavor, but some good calls. Bought this good RX on put an alert down here on the 50 and been in it for several days. Have taken some profits, but gosh, it keeps holding this level. I'm hoping this thing will break above, this high 5, 6, 7 day high, whatever that is, where I can add to my position. But LBPH moving right now. Yeah, that was the one. That's a Holly call, right? Yeah. Yeah. Looking left. Yeah, I'm serious. It could go to 28. Not saying that it's definitely not etched in stone by no means, but your next high is 26.84. RVOL. Oh, thinking about it. Okay, I got you. Pre-market. I just looked and saw a symbol. You know what, Michael? So you need to send it to info at trade-ideas.com. That is not my specialty either, man. I'm not a code writer or a custom formula. I'm not it's not my specialty by no means. Yeah, we do have some people that can do it, but be very specific about everything you're looking for, so they'll get a great idea what you're trying to do. So uh, yeah, but I'm not the one for that. Mara, huh? Bitcoin's not doing anything. Wonder why it's poking its little head up. It's in no man's land, but it is trying to take out that. Yeah, it's just algo's running it up to sucker people in. Put it a little bit higher just in case it does get it through that level. Oh, the channel bars sectors updated. They probably just do it periodically. I'm not sure what you mean by updated. I mean, usually the sectors are they don't change much. I mean, I guess they could, but I don't think they're. When you say updated, are you talking about refreshing, or are you talking about us physically going in and changing the symbols for sectors and things like that? Not sure what you mean by updated, because really the sectors are pretty stagnant. I mean, they don't jump around as far as changing the symbols or anything. Oh, are you talking about in our symbol list? Are you talking about the sector, the channel? I don't want to pull it up right. Let's see. Oh, yeah. It will. If it depends on our source. If they're quick, as soon as they can get it, into the this is all that we don't do this in our back end. Okay, it's all sourced out. Okay, so we got providers that will give us this data. Typically, an IPO will take sometimes, as far as adding it to, like, oh, good question. A sector, I'm not sure, but I know we depend on our sources to do that. But if you ever have one that that's been out for maybe a week or so, and or 2 weeks, and you don't feel like it's been added to the uh, to the sector, yeah, let us know, and we can. No, no, well, no, it's not manually added. It would be added from from whoever our source is. Same thing goes with the S&P. Okay, if you have if a symbol falls out, a company falls out of the S&P and P and somebody else is added, yeah, that will get done, automatically. It was not something we have to physically go in and do. Our source does it, and but I don't know how long it might take. They may be something that they only do twice a month, or maybe once a month. I don't know. No, it's a good question, and I can yeah, I can promise you that we have enough. And there goes my alert, finally hitting its 200 day. We uh spies on Lowe's. We have yeah, we have too much to do around here than worrying about adding finding symbols that are added to sectors. Ooh, spies getting kind of ugly. I just dumped that one and being it. Yeah, I could see it do it like bi-weekly. Oh, yes, Nestor. I did definitely close some positions. Actually closed some positions yesterday too. I definitely closed some positions today. And I may be closing more here. Let's see if the K well, I mean the China stocks can dig in here. The K web has finally hit its 200-day alert went off, so I'm gonna see if they can dig in here. Otherwise, I'll be now I did take some profits on these things, scalped out some, but I'll be selling the rest here if they can't dig in. I'm the type of trader, like I was saying, when I get my move, Amazon, I that's I just take my profits and most part get out. I will sometimes hold on to some, but uh, it depends on where the market is. The market's sitting there floating around, I mean, flirting around with all time highs, but having a lot of hard time getting through, yeah, I'll take profits. And really, I think Nvidia, look at that's an ugly reversal. See what Apple's doing. Apple's just kind of hanging out. AMD's tried to get going again today. A lot of wicks. Look at these two wicks every time it tries to run in the AMD. I know a lot of people like that. I mean, probably the only one I haven't really either sold or taken any profits in is this Snap. I thought we'd get, and I still think the potential is to get a little more. Now I'm barely up in the thing, but 10 cents from my entry. But I've been trading around a core position in Hood for a while now. I mean, for a few months. I like this time. I entered time today. Just the way, I mean, as bad as China has been, this one really has been holding on. Now, if it does break, below that monthly low there, I would definitely, you know, get out. But I do like the way that one's holding up for sure. Any hope for Kodak? Still in? No, I'm not in. I sold that one pretty quick. Uh, matter of fact, I sold it on this day right here, that breakdown day right there. I can't even remember. I'm trying to remember if that was pretty much a scratch or maybe a little bit of profits. I know it wasn't a big loser. It just fell. I think it was a small loser. But no, when they once again when they don't do what I expect them to do, move, you and they break down. Sometimes I might give it to it just depends on how I feel. I didn't feel good about this when I got out really quick on that one. Now you almost have to put alert, down around this 50 period moving average. Yeah, Kodak never triggered, Steve is saying. I bought some just thinking it was going to go, well, I anticipated, and it didn't, so I got out quick. But Steve is right. As far as the trade of the week goes, it never really triggered its high there. I'm not sure what it was, but I'm not sure who's talking, and here's it. Um, okay, it's Barry. I don't know. Okay, last week's trigger went off this week, but I guess that doesn't count. No, no, no. If the trigger, I see what you're saying. If the trigger doesn't happen by, I think it's Thursday night. Okay, it's not counted at all. I mean, sometimes it's good to watch. I mean, obviously, they're usually critical levels, pivot levels, or where a nice trigger would be. But as far as the trade of the week goes. It has to happen that week, and I think by Thursday night. Oh, there you go. AI Polaroids. Good idea. Barry's saying that I guess Bowman, the Fed president, is talking, hinting at rate hikes. So market doesn't like that. Oh, I don't know, Benson. That's a good question. Barry's over here talking about his ribbon trade, and he got it. He got your target there almost. It's getting close to yesterday's low.
Andrew.
Barry.
Yeah, so that was me who was piping in and saying it was me who said that the Kodak trade did not trigger this
Okay.
week, so it was
Okay.
a non-event. That was me. But
Okay.
yeah, the Riven, worked out all well. I mean, obviously, if it taken out yesterday's low, would have been great, but it worked out almost picture perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you look at where it got down to, it
Yep.
got down to I think 1345, and yesterday's low was 1343.
Nice. Yep.
And so when it started touching it. The minute it started to move off that 1343 and
Just took it.
I got to the 1350, I said, okay, I'll take it.
Yep. There you
And
go.
now it's bounced.
I don't
And
blame you.
yeah. So
Yeah.
and again, I had a pretty tight stop on it because the idea, I think, of the stop is that you just put the stop at the high of the previous 5-minute candle, which
Mm-hmm.
was that little pink guy. So I had about a 10-cent stop on it. And so it moved. How much did it move?
Let's see how that
moved
marries.
about 28 cents. So almost
Yeah.
a 3-to-1.
Let's see how it marries up on a candlestick chart. So the entry was what price?
1378.
Okay.
And I got out around 1350. So
Okay.
say
Yep.
28 cents with a 10-cent stop.
Okay. So your high would have your stop would have been 1383.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Now I see that. Or actually, to take it out, it'd be a 1384. But yeah, nice trade.
Around there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I like the way it works because
I see. I would have been.
Excuse me.
I
I
would have
like the
been.
way it works because I
Yeah.
can put for me, a pretty definable stop. And if it doesn't work, it's not going to work pretty quickly. And then I just move on.
Yep.
So I'm liking it. I really am liking it.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
if they all work like that, I mean, they're not all going to work like that, of course. And I'm sure probably the market helped a bit, but still, you know, it's just a little confirmation. I like the
Yeah.
way
For
it kind of
sure.
confirms some of the things that I've been seeing, because those colored candlesticks do not correspond at all to the like a normal candlestick chart. The colored OHLC, I guess that's what
Right.
it is.
Right.
OHLC. They and the way it's color coded do not, you know, because if you looked at a 5-minute chart, it wouldn't look the same. I mean,
No, I know what you mean.
the downward movement is the same, but
Yep.
you wouldn't get that steady. Okay, keep in it, keep in it, keep in it, keep in it. You know what I mean?
Let's take a look.
In this particular case, you may have. I'm looking at a
Yeah.
15-minute
I
chart,
see you.
but a lot of times though, I can see little jogs up that might have got
Yeah.
me out, and yet in this particular, and
See
a lot of
that
them though,
little jog up right there may have tempted me. You see what I'm pointing
right?
at right there?
Yeah,
And that would marry up to the bar reversal right here. You know, I would have been like, "Eeks," but
yeah, exactly, exactly,
yeah.
exactly,
But if you're looking at, it's not quite as scary, you know, because you're
exactly.
not seeing that green bar. You know, you're just,
You're not seeing the green bar,
that's
and
right.
it's telling you kind of, look, don't get jumpy,
Yeah.
stay in it. And you know what? I mean, it still may work its way down, but I mean,
Yeah.
I have to be sensible about it. That
Sure.
low of yesterday to me is something that could easily stall it. So
Right.
look at Nike.
I
Look at
saw
Nike.
that. I did see
I'm
that.
still in Nike, you know, from a 78 break. Oh, I mean,
Oh,
this is just
nice.
this is
Very
I mean,
nice.
yeah, no kidding. No kidding. I mean, it has been just devastating for Nike. I mean, their earnings. I mean, it's just people who are in this. You know, a lot of people think I keep hearing Nike's earnings are always good. Okay, Nike's or some stock. They'll pick a stock. I mean, but people were saying, oh, Nike always has good earnings. So I think it's. Imagine if you had just stuck to your gun and say, okay, I think Nike's got good earnings coming up. You'd be down. Well, you'd be down a lot, depending
No,
on
yeah, of
when
course
you
you would.
saw it.
Yep.
You may have looked at it this morning for the first time and said, "Oh my gosh," and yet it is still cascading its way down.
Yeah.
I mean, from 80 on. I mean,
No, I
it's just
agree.
been.
I agree.
But
I mean,
anyway, that
really, the big boys are really the only thing holding this market up. I mean, maybe when you start seeing when I was mentioning earlier, when you start seeing KRE and SLX at the top of your sector board, that tells you,
yeah,
yeah. I mean,
exactly, exactly.
yeah.
Like what? You
I know.
know?
Yeah, exact. And guess what? When the big boys get strong again, these things will roll back over, right?
Exactly. Now, here's an interesting one. It's just showing up. Now, I'm going to go against the market a little bit, but take a look at CERE. Okay. CERE. Somebody asked me about that earlier and can't remember which room, but put it on, now, like get the go, no go,
Okay.
no go chart up on the 5-minute. And you see how that it's changed colors now to the blue. Can you see that on
Oh
the
yeah,
5-minute?
I do.
Okay, so that
Yeah.
is in theory,
Yeah.
okay, and you can put a stop. I mean, look, your stop is like a dime away because
Exactly.
it's been pretty steady around that
Yeah.
area. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I have faith, man.
No, I agree. I mean,
Why not?
and,
And again, you look at yesterday's high is 42, so
yeah,
it's got $1. I'm not saying no. Again,
yeah,
nobody's saying it's getting there, but
right.
it has some
Oh
room to
man,
move.
I might join you. Yeah,
Just take a few, I wouldn't take a
yeah,
lot. Just take a
yeah,
few to,
yeah.
test the waters.
Sure.
There we are. Okay. Now let's see what happens. But
There you
again, I
go.
like it because I know if I'm out, I'll probably, I probably won't wait for, well, no, I can wait just for the 41 break if I want
Yep, you
and
could.
just get out and
Yep.
move on.
There you
Anyway,
go. Risk
my friend,
7.
it's 12:58 now. So I will let you go.
Oh, well, thank you, Barry.
I will let you go.
You have a great
Yeah.
weekend.
You too.
All
You
right,
too.
and everybody do the same. All right.
Okay, thanks,
Have a
Andy.
good one, buddy. Thanks. Bye bye.
Okay. All right, guys, I am back and still a little review, okay? So before I left, you guys knew I was in this Rivian short, RIVN. Worked out really, really well. And it was all about the, this break right there. That was at 1378. And what I was saying is when I look left, there is the low of yesterday. So it almost touched it and then it popped up. And so I got most of I'm out of it. Not most of it, I'm out of it right around that 1350 mark. And I had about a 10-cent stop. So that's 28 cents. I mean, nothing, earth shattering, but it's still almost a 1 for 3 risk reward. Okay. So, and that worked out almost exactly. I mean, obviously, I would have loved to see it crash through yesterday's low, but it got right. I mean, it got within a penny. I think 1345, 1343. So 2 cents. It got within 2 cents of it. And now, what I was saying to Andy is, I took the CERE, CERE, tight stop. It's gonna work quickly, or it's not. And why? And somebody mentioned this one earlier. I can't remember. It was in the YouTube room or in the main room, but asked me to look at CERE. And when I saw all this, okay. And so I put an alert, I put a price alert just over that. And lo and behold, look at that. It has turned blue, that little bit of blue here, which is suggesting to go long. Okay. So it's changed colors from that, I call a light green to this blue. And we'll see what happens. And again, it has room. Yesterday's high is $1 away. So we'll see what happens. Again, these will not be rocket ships, but I have seen a lot of them that, if you get in early enough, I mean, they just keep going down, 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 especially the ones moving down. Meanwhile, my goodness, LBPH that I was in twice, once for a small loss and then once for a decent gain. Look at this move. Wow. And I'm not in it anymore, unfortunately. And that is from our AI. And it's not quite a lifetime high. I think we saw the lifetime high around 30 or so. And of course, still in Nike. I mean, yeah, just talking to Andy about Nike. I mean, Nike has still been super steady. Let's see if we can take out 75. I think it got down below 75 briefly. Okay, BTOG. I think that got halted on the way down, and now is it halted on the way up? No, it's still halted on the way down now, or halted on the way down. It's funny, in this go no go, I really haven't found as many ones that I'm interested in on the way up. It's mainly the ones on the way down. Now the SEER, of course, is maybe a bit of a difference, but I haven't quite seen the same sort of moves on the way up. Now a lot of it could be market related too, but I'm not in Rivian anymore, but it's challenging. The low of yesterday now, within a couple of pennies again. So you see here for the LBPH, okay? Now, if you see it here, now what time was that? That was 10:05. So that's actually that's about the same time, actually. Interesting. That's very interesting. That's the same time as the AI alert. You know what I might start doing? Get an AI alert and make sure I do look at the go no go chart, because that's the same time right there, the 10 o'clock candle. And you could have waited just a bit, and then now I'm not saying it wasn't straight up until about here, but still, that's telling you, look, you should be watching this one as a long play today. Now Rivian just took out that low of yesterday. RIVN took out the low of yesterday. So did anybody hear Bowman? I mean, yesterday he talked and he hinted at raising interest rates. Oh, look at this. Just give me a moment. No. Okay. So I'm still watching this one, this APLS, guys. It's funny because that briefly, I think that candle right there briefly was deep purple, but no, okay, actually, okay, I know what I did. So this is purple now, but it's been, kind of chopping around a little too much. I don't know how I see your question, L. Benson. I have no idea. I know Andy is Mr. China, so I have no idea. I don't know if he answered you, or I have no opinion. Whoa, I should still be in the Rivian. Oh, well. So there's a confirmation also on a 15-minute chart. So, I have that. So there's that giant red bar down there, or pink. Almost the same. The minute it broke that, was right there around 1392. So a little bit earlier, actually, than the 1380 break on the 15, on the 5. And again, guys, hopefully this will be available to you guys next week. It will be, I don't know if it's going to be, let me ask the question. Yeah, you're right. I'm clearly well. A break is just a break from the mic. That's my break. You know, this one is even shortable. Not that I want to short it, but LBPH is actually shortable at Interactive Brokers, 350,000 shares. Let me refresh my memory again. Where is that next high? Right there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months ago, it hit 28.15, and that's the all-time high. And I know I said this before. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. LBPH. I don't recognize the name, Longboard. Oh, my break. Oh, I thought you meant. Oh, I see. I thought you meant all the stuff I was still doing while I was on my so-called break. Oh, I see. Thank you. I got rid of my message. So the market, yeah, basically doing nothing right now compared to yesterday's. The SPY's up just a little, Dow's up a little, NAS is up a little. Dragonbot in our YouTube asks, "What platform is this?" You mean what is generating these alerts? Yeah, I can give it to you, Michael. I'll give you exactly what I've got. Yeah, so you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, okay? So the program is called Trade Ideas, and in fact, good segue because right around now is when I talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, so but just give me one moment. Just give me one moment, Dragonbot. You're not a subscriber. No, I know you're not a subscriber. So just give me a moment, Michael. I'll dig up the formula for you. Just got to find it. Actually, I think I have it somewhere else. Just give me a moment. Okay, so Pepe beat me to it. There it is. So the same one, yeah. Okay. Okay. So there's your formula, Michael. So yeah, so you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. So let me go over a few things and then I can talk about Trade Ideas. I do this around this time anyway. It's not just because you asked that question, Dragonbot. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So right at the very top, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. 25% off, Barry 25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will go a long ways to keeping both these rooms free, okay? Because the room gets credit for any subscription using my promo code. That's number one. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. That'll take you through your download and install, 10 short videos. Download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows, etc. Okay, 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, we have something I think you'll be very interested in. Anybody who's listening, Trading 101. If you're new to trading, a series of videos, all free. Okay, Trading 101. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for that. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week and last week's trade of the week, they were both the same stock, Kodak, never triggered. Neither didn't trigger last week and did not trigger this week. Triggering means when you get the email, it'll have a suggested entry price and it never hit it. Okay. Now, education is here. Well, that's what the ABS does, Michael. Okay, it doesn't discern between whether it's the next low or the next high. It just looks left. Yep. Just give me a moment, Dragon. So here's our user guide. There's that getting started again. So a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, the stock racing that you see me running right here, how to create price alerts on the charts. And of course, if you want to create your own watch list, symbol list, it's all here. Lots in the user guide. As always, you don't have to learn everything. And last, before I stocks with high volume, yeah, just give me a moment, Dragon Bot. So anybody looking for my scans, they're right here. So you click on my homepage link, scroll down to the middle section, and there are my scans that I am currently sharing. So the ones that you can see, people can see, these are the 3 races I'm running right here. Halts resumes is over here. But as you can see, I am running other scans. Some of them are on my 2 other monitors. Some of them are on my other monitors, but I do not have them all up and running. The reason they're here, though, is just in case, people might look at something and say, well, I wonder what that looks like, and take a look at it. And if they like it, they can have it. But do not load every one of them and have them part of your layout. You'll be overwhelmed by the number of alerts. Okay? So it's all here. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are, as this race is called, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, okay? So in this particular, what we call a race, I'm running 4-minute races, okay? And I'm 2 minutes in. And so since the race began 2 minutes ago, this stock, ASNS, has moved the most, 4.29% out of the list of stocks that meet my filter requirements. Okay, now I don't want to get, I don't want to overwhelm you with too much information, but just think about, I've got a list of stocks that meet my filter requirements, minimum volume, minimum a price range that I like, things like that. So imagine I have a whole bunch of stocks. No, I'll show you. So here are all the stocks, okay, that meet my filter requirements, okay? There's a ton of them. But I don't want to see them all. What I want to see is in this list of stocks, which stock is moving the most right now, okay, since the race started. So right now, ASNS has moved 4.8% since the race started 3 minutes ago. So now it doesn't mean it's going to win the race, because some other stock could come out of nowhere and supplant it, or it could start having a pullback. But what happens over the course of the day is that an automatic top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won the most races during the course of the day. So you can see the number 1 position is this ASNS. It won 12 races, CMND 7, etc. So a top 10 list is automatically built for you. And this then can become a nice watch list to watch these stocks all day long, as an example, okay? So that's this race. You will see stocks usually, that they can have some pretty aggressive moves. Here you will not see the aggressiveness, because what I've done here is I don't have a market cap filter in here, but here I put a market cap filter. It must be at least $500 million market cap in both of these. So consequently, you're not going to see as many stocks moving that much, but they can still give you nice trades. And, a person who's new to trading, this might be a better way to start. These are absolutely wonderful when you get on the right side, but you've got to be quick sometimes. And because, as fast as they go up, they can go down as fast or faster. Okay. Now, you can, of course, create your own scans. This is a scan I've got on my other monitor. It's called a momentum scan. And this is maybe what you were talking about. So if I right click on it, and I'm sharing this, okay, I am sharing this. So in this particular scan, what I'm looking for are stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. So say up to 1:20 Eastern time. And this gives it the momentum where the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. Again, this is a scan I put together that I like to see. If a stock meets all of these filter requirements, come on, just lagging. There we go. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So at 117, that was the last time that happened. 117 plus 32 seconds. That's the last time that happened. Okay. Dibs made a high at 477 and met all these filter requirements. These are all real-time alerts. Okay. Now that's what I like to see, in this scan. As I say every day, you can have my scans, but of course, you can tweak them. If you don't like a price range, if you don't like something in here, you can take it out. Maybe there's a filter you like to add. Or you can you take it just as it is. And of course, you can build your own scans. So these are the real-time alerts that we've got. Now, the two most popular by far, the new high of the day and the new low of the day, right at the very top. But you can see we've got a lot of other real-time alerts. Again, do not get hung up on how many we've got. Some of them, I probably only used 0.5% of them in the 14 years I've been with Trade Ideas. These are the filters that we've got. Again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. The reason we have so many is that with all the different trading styles that are out there, when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, they had to create enough different real-time alerts and all those different filters that I showed. Personally, I only use these two and just a handful of the filters, which is not saying that the rest of these are not good. It just means that for my trading style, these are the only two I care about. So that kind of DragonBot in a nutshell is what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay. You can create your own scans. You can take scans from me. We have 5 other traders, not in the trading room, but we have 5 other traders. They all have scans also. So if a person doesn't want to build anything from scratch, more than likely we have scans here. I should also mention this in our doc channel bar. These are all theme-based channels, explosive winners, opening range break. These are all theme-based channels, so people are new, they can kind of go through them one by one and just check them out and see if there's some scan that says, yeah, I like that. That sort of suits my style of trading. So we've got a lot of pre-built stuff, but of course, you can always build your own scan from scratch if you want. Okay, guys, so you're welcome, DragonBot. So again, no pressure, but we do have that 25% off. You can always try us out for a month. If you like it, great. You can continue a subscription. If you don't like it, just tell us, and that's it. So it's not a subscription; it's just month to month. And also this room is like this between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time. Usually I knock off a little bit earlier, but the other room, there is another room too, okay? They see my screen, they hear me also, but there's a lot more activity in that room. There are more traders, active traders in the room. So it depends on, it depends on what you want. If you want to interact with more traders, you can always go into the main room. And yeah, so is this a financing? Yeah, William Sava on the way, big jump. Wow, look at that giant candle. Halted on the way down. So, or is it again? Remember, this is an Alzheimer. I mean, it's been controversial for a long time now. There are experts, pundits who don't think it doesn't work. I mean, just put it mildly. And so they've been, because if you look at a monthly chart for Sava, at one time, I mean, this was up almost $100, and then it got slammed down, and it's been an uphill struggle for this company. I don't know enough about what these the naysayers are saying, but certainly this company has had a tough go. Now, so this is it, yeah. Federal grand jury indicts Pennsylvania man for defrauding, what is that, the National Institute of Health? Is that what you call it? I'm in Canada, but NIH of $16 million in federal grant funds, allegedly fabricated scientific data in grant applications for Alzheimer's research. So why is that specific to Sava? Is that obviously it must be specific to Sava? So I don't see Sava mentioned here, but I see it down here. And that's the only, I mean, there are other companies, of course, doing Alzheimer research. So it looks like these are the only ones being nailed on this. That's a big wow. Where will this open? So here is the halts resumes from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the symbol. There's the halt price, 15.11. This is the potential as to where it could open, 14. Doesn't have to open at 14. I'm surprised, this may turn into a news halt also. Because that is news. Not saying it's going to, but it could turn into a news halt. Remember, typically the halts are 5 minutes long. So if it's 5 minutes long, it'll open at 129 plus 40 seconds. We'll see. Well, let's keep this up on the screen and let's see where it might open if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Another minute, little less than a minute if it's a 5-minute halt. So you can see in the go no go chart, had we seen it right there, You know, look at that little bit of pink there, and then it turned purple right there, and boom. If we'd seen it. Okay, let's see. Is it going to open? 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nope. Okay, so this looks like, to me, it could be more like a news halt. Because it did have specific news. It's out there, though. I don't know if a Nike's an overreaction. You have to really read through it. I mean, they're guiding poorly, I guess. Slow down in China and a bunch of you have to read through it, Bushmaster. Okay, there you go. So he was a consultant to the company. Now, how tied in was he? I mean, consultants. Oh, I did not know that. Okay, Dave in our YouTube room is posting some more information regarding Sava. See that share price of the potential open is starting to drift down now. 1350 when we saw it last, it was 14. Again, not written in stone, this number here, but it's kind of giving a bit of a glimpse as to where a stock could open when it comes out of the halt. And so 1350 now, halted at 1511. And this is shortable for me. Not many shorts available right now. 36,000 available. at Interactive Brokers. First Dibs. Okay, what do they do? So I'm out of the Sear guys. Jamie actually said that, yeah, they're subject to maybe a buyout. Okay, Sava just resumed. Wow, it looks like it's going to get halted immediately down. I'm sure this is going to get halted. Yeah, it just got halted again. That was way too fast. So it just got halted again. Ah, our friend NNE guys on the way up again. NNE on the way up again. Okay, guys. So this NNE above yesterday's high, of course, now. And this is, of course, we were watching this one for weeks, it seemed. It kept moving higher and higher. This is his IPO back here. Did nothing for the first 3 weeks and then started taking off. Of course, got up to 3 days ago, got up to almost 38. So where will this open again now? Now we're looking at 11:30. Okay, 12:15, maybe at 11:30. You imagine sitting up here? I mean, it's been kind of sleepy now for months. You know, between 20 and 22 for several months. And then you get hit with this. I mean, that is like instant. Oh, I agree, William. You know, sometime. Well, he hasn't liked this company from day one, right? Regardless of that particular fraud allegation. Okay, just resumed, guys. It just resumed, and I'm sorry, did not just resume. I'm sorry, excuse me. That was another alert I got. And that was for Cassie. CASI, new high for the day. Took out yesterday's high. Big volume on NNE also, guys. This might be not the biggest volume bar of the day, but what time is it right now? So this has another 30 seconds to close, but you can see how the volume took off. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. So it'll be the fifth biggest volume bar of the day for NNE. So this got halted, I guess, at 34.56, right? So 39.56. So what time is it now? So it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt, I guess. Well, definitely a little late day excitement for the Sava. Wow. Verona, guys. I mean, this has a lot of room underneath, I think. Yeah. Well, about $1. Okay, about $1. VRNA. Ooh, Tem, where are you? Okay, didn't explode. Well, up 10%. But very choppy. Very, very choppy. Okay, guys, watch NNE again on that 23 break, if it does. Look at the volume coming in, NNE. Oh, I was wrong. I was thinking, so this still has another couple of minutes to close. So this could be the third biggest volume bar of the day for NNE. Some late day enthusiasm. Boom, guys. All right, look at NNE now. See, look at the volume, guys. All about volume. Okay, I'm hearing that Sava just resumed at what price? Any bounce at all? So it got down to 1098 or so, and now, so it has bounced a little bit, but boy, that's risky. The three halts down. So I guess you're implying that the third one would not be good in terms of a continuation down. I guess that's what you're implying, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And what's happening with our Sava? Nice bounce play for you so far, William. Meanwhile, Kala. Look at Kala on the move here, guys. Kala. Probably a big red or green bar. Yeah, look at Kala on the move. Shoot, I missed that one. Would have been nice right here. Okay, right there. Basically like this, but a little more confirmation that it's strong right there, 720. That's from that go no go chart. Okay, guys, Sava now moving on. So that was moving now on the way down. So I have to, you know what? I mean, there's a part of me, I mean, highly risky. Some of the shares have been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I'm not in it anymore. I guess this is a buyout here, Tom. Hope you well, but if you took it when I did, you're okay. But I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. Yeah, the problem I have with Sava is that I don't want to get nailed in a halt down in case it decides to pop out of that halt. So I'm going to leave it alone. It's halted again right now. So we've got a couple of Friday afternoon runners now, guys. We have the CASI, CASI, and let's see, is Cala still doing something? Yes. So yesterday, Cala had the news that they'd raised a bunch of money, $12.5 million at 585. So you know what? The market just shrugged that off. They raised the money at $5.85, and the market didn't care. Because a lot of times, of course, company does a financing at a certain price, and the price drops below that financing because existing shareholders are getting their positions diluted. It's not a very big float either, 2.7 million. But I guess they're saying, you know what, we don't mind. You raise money for all the right reasons. I mean, I don't really know why, but typically that's not what happens. Oh, you're not in Sava yet. Oh, I see. I thought you meant hard to keep track. Haven't even looked at Bitcoin. So 60,700 approximately, I guess. Take a look at IBIT. Rallied a couple days ago. I don't really remember what it did yesterday. Yeah, really nothing. Whew, well, I'm exhausted. It's been a lot of activity today. All right, so let's take a look at Sava and let's see where it could open. And well, you're talking 10 right there. And we're almost now back to that almost lifetime low for Sava. Forgot to keep watching this one for a potential short. Oh, well, LBPH, this was a great alert from our AI, $22.99, got all the way up to, wow, I mean, that's amazing, $28. But I think the last time I looked at it, I said, man, this is getting a little parabolic. It's getting close to its all-time high. And look at this, from 28 down to 26.50. William, what are your plans today, excuse me. All right, so here's Saba, and it's trying to hold 10, maybe. Here's your bid ask. Maybe, maybe not. Again, this is from Interactor Brokers, guys. Time and sales from Interactor Brokers, okay? The blue screen you see here. Wow. Now you're getting a bit of a spread issue. What's the volume like? I mean, there was no volume until that hit. Man, the temptation to short something like this ahead of time when you know, like, the person typing this in or whatever, who knows they're going to release this. Excuse me, I just have to step out a moment. All right, now we're getting back to 10. Too scary for me. I'll leave you to do it, William. 76 cents was a lifetime low. Okay. Oh my gosh. And now, believe it or not, it's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. The reason being is that now the relative volume is 8. Okay. Wow. And it has to be a relative volume of at least 8 to make it in here, and it just made it. Man, it's not halted yet either. Meanwhile, Nike is still testing 75. I keep waiting to see if it takes out 75. Still have a little bit of that left. I guess you're just showing up, Cafe. Well, fraud allegations. Here's your news. Cassava sinks after grand jury indicts co-lead scientist on Alzheimer's drug. Right there. It was an indictment. Yeah, not allegations. You're absolutely right. They indicted the guy. Okay, so I guess in theory you're right, Rich. So like an indictment doesn't mean that he's been found guilty yet, right? It's just that they've not being a lawyer. But I've watched enough Law and Order to know. Do we have enough to indict? Oh man, yeah, I am. I have to admit, I am exhausted right now. Friday afternoon, so I'll probably hang around till 2:30 and then pack it in. A list of questions. Always hang around for questions. William says he'll keep the room open till about 3:30. So it looks like that news, Amen, that hit at around 11 o'clock Eastern time. At least that's where it's showing up. It may be earlier, but that's where it's showing up on my IB headlines. That was at 11:10 Eastern time that I'm seeing that headline for AGEN. Didn't Lilly have, or was it one of those big guys? Didn't they have something to do with Alzheimer's? Wasn't it Lilly? One of the big guys. I know may not be Lilly. I thought it was one of the big guys though, and they had it was mild Alzheimer's or something like that. Thank you, John. It was Biogen. Okay, you're right. Now I remember. Okay, something's slowing down now. Just give me a moment. Okay, well, you look like you're going to be okay, Shady. I mean, it just got halted. Yeah, you just got halted. So yeah, that holds. That's going to be a great trade. This is another one that I'm seeing. NBHC National. Nice break on the daily. Don't know why it's happening. Not a ton of volume right now, 600,000, but just been pretty steadily up though. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just testing something out. Come on. Well, you want this to well, there's the sear. I guess I should have stuck with it. Oh well. You know I'm out of it because Jamie at Trade Ideas, I don't know if you're listening to me, Jamie, said it was a buyout. So I decided to get rid of it. Thanks a lot. I don't know if Jamie's listening to me. Sometimes he does. Ooh, so it did not open at 1250, even not even close. Well, looking at the Sava now. Well, then I had room to go. I had room to go on the sear. It's really nice now. The only reason I'm out, and I'm kidding Jamie because he posted, because what I'm doing right now is I'm showing the guys, my entries on these things. I'm posting it, and he chimed in and said, "Well, it's a buyout." So I said, okay, guess it's not going to move much. But there was the break right there. I mean, no, sorry, it was right over 41 that I got it. It was right there, right on that little break right there. Actually, it's right here. What am I talking about? It was right here, just at 40, right over 41. I mean, it's not a rocket ship, but who knows where it's going now? And the reason I did it again is because of the high looking left had room. So the same rules apply. If I'm going to take one of these, I still have to see a lot of room. Okay. No, not going to help. Sorry, guys. To do something here. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit. If you have any questions, I'll hop back on the mic, but otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute. I've got a few things I want to get done before I do take off, done in Trade Ideas. So, oops, that a little bigger. Jeez. Okay, just muting myself right now. Okay, guys. So yeah, there's the VWAP for Sava 1147, and it got basically there. And will it move higher? Ooh, this is what I've been waiting for, guys, but I don't know if I want to do it. It's a little bit late, but this is what I've been waiting for on the APLS. You see how that pink has now changed to this deep purple. Okay. And yeah, so maybe a break of 38. Maybe I'll do it. A late day trade. What time is it now? 2:30, 2:23. Let me bring it up. See where it could go. So the low of the day, sure. I mean, the low of the day is 37. So there's certainly room, but I'm certainly going to wait for, if I'm going to do it at all, I'm going to wait for a 38 break. Put an alert down here around 37.97, 37.96, and see if it takes that out. I feel like I've been waiting all day, for this break of pink. Well, Cafe Ole, you say you don't understand why news can affect stock so much. Well, I mean, if a company is accused of fraud, and by not just by a newsletter writer, but now the company, this guy, okay, this guy who has ties to Sava. So when your government commits somebody of fraud, well, yeah, but I mean, he's got ties to Sava, and obviously Sava will probably come out and try to defend themselves. But right now, if I saw a headline that I thought, wow, okay, I don't want to have that stock. It's not just a guy. I mean, it is just a guy, yeah, but I mean, he has, I don't want to get into it, but whatever William said earlier. I think the other thing is that Sava has been under a lot of, scrutiny for several years now. Okay, this is not. This is not. This might be, out of this particular indictment. If it's just happening today, that's fine. But it has been under a cloud for several years now. So it's not like this was some kind of a pristine company, and all of a sudden this just came out. I didn't get it. The APLS, son of a. It ran just a dime more than I wanted. Now I want. Well, again, it'll be a good indication for me how well this works. Anyway, it will be very interesting to see what Sava, the company, comes out and says. So challenging the VWAP again, 1144, 1121 right now. 1144 is the VWAP, so it's challenging the VWAP again. Okay, guys, it's getting close to 2:30 now. Again, I'll stick around if there are any questions at all. Otherwise, I'll just pack it up. What I'll do first, I'll put the main trading room link into our YouTube room. You too, Dave. I appreciate that, those comments. So there's the trading room link. Okay, if you want to, if you haven't had enough, it's 2:30 now. William says he'll keep the other room open until 3:30, and there's the link for it. Okay. So if there are no more questions, I will pack it up now. I'm drawing out this sentence just in case there is a question coming in. You too, Michael. All right, I don't see anything, so I'm going to shut down the whoops. Okay, Cafe Ole, you too, and Tom. Okay, guys, I'll be back on the mic 9 o'clock Eastern time, of course, Monday morning. So have a great weekend, and we'll see you then.